How's everyone doing tonight? Is that much better? For some reason, it didn't unmute. All right. So welcome back to another Wednesday live stream. We do have 3 laptops on the docket to work on, so go ahead and vote. Hope everyone's doing good. Do we have audio lag too, or is it much better? Everything good? Audio sync? All right, I think we're good. So I hope everyone's doing good. So I'm kind of scrambling the last second. I left work a little late to kind of do my rounds before I start the stream. And so normally what I do is I work for whatever it is, 10 hours, and then I go and I grab some food, grab some coffee, grab some green drink, and do kind of a loop back around here to get over here. And I left a little late, and so now I'm just kind of running around. So anyway, I hope everyone's doing good. So the 3 laptops we have to work on tonight, kind of a mix, but all the common theme on all these is all of the owners are in chat. I don't know if they're in chat right now, but they're all aware that it will be in the live stream tonight, so they will be popping in or whatever it is. So I did lock the doors, so hopefully no one's going to come murder me while I'm here. But there's been plenty of nights that I've been here and I'm leaving at 10 p.m. at night, 10:30, and it's scary when it's been unlocked all night. Hey, Chosen, 6 months, tier 1 sub. Thank you for that so much. I appreciate that. It says 4 months on there. 4 months. I don't know why it says 6 months, but 4 months in a row maybe. Okay, so let's go through these. Hopefully, we don't have another chipset galore. So, just a little update. If you were here for our Sunday's live stream, we had the first 2 machines we worked on actually had bad chipsets. And I'm going to try to attempt to replace one of those chipsets. I did order a chipset so I can just replace it on one of those. The very last laptop, I figured out what was wrong with it the next day, of course. Yeah, it would have been much better to do it on the stream, but sometimes it doesn't happen like that. And I will just kind of give you a quick little rundown, but the customer had ripped a resistor on the back of the board, on the back of the CPU. And that was actually a data line or a clock line that was going to the PWM controller on the CPU's MOSFET controllers. And that's what we actually replaced that chip, because we were like, this chip isn't firing, but it wasn't getting a communication. And it was because there was a resistor on the back. So replace that, good to go. So anyway, hello from France. How's it been doing? Sound should be good by now. I think you must be out of sync or a little behind. Let's see, fix it, bro, fix it. Okay, so let me just tell you about these laptops because we have about 6 minutes left. And so one's an M17R5. The customer said they heard a pop, then the laptop now has a power rail failure, 3.5 error. The other one's an X17. They said that they was doing a Windows update. Whenever it rebooted or shut off and rebooted, it doesn't detect the RAM. And the last one is an X17R1. The customer said he walked away from the laptop for 2 minutes, came back, and the laptop was off and not working and dead. As Beck, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Look at that. So it looks like Dead, Daniel, and Jay, and AJ, and Kylan, or all get gifted memberships over there on YouTube. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that. That was very generous of you. And I can't hear the sound. I don't know why I'm not getting any sound out here. I'm not getting any of this sound. Does the bell work though? I think the bell probably works, hopefully. Let me check my sound settings real quick, because I did have some sound settings whenever I first started. Let's see, output, desktop, okay. I just can't hear anything. I hear some bells from you. Look at that, bells are coming in hot. So I hear those, I'm just not hearing the notifications on the screen, so I don't know what's going on with that. But, it's muted. Wait, hold on, not that one. It's gonna be, these are on headphones. What is that? I don't know. Well, I'll play around with it. Okay, anyway, I think it's okay. All right, so the bell test is working at least. So this is your time to vote. Most of these people are going to be in chat, I hope. And so we can always, talk to them and ask them questions, or you can give them a hard time about whatever. If we see something inside of there that's suspicious, that's all part of the fun. So let's see if I can catch up on chat. Chats move so fast for my brain. My brain is so tired sometimes. Can you hear us now? That's a Verizon thing here. Thought my eyes were the thing. Okay, so we do have a green drink for the night. This one has orange juice in it. I thought an orange juice one would be nice. I don't repair anything useless, unless High pressure air arm is a suppressor totally legal in California. Okay, well, that's an interesting thing to talk about in here. All right. Does Nate's chat show different on YouTube? I have kind of a mixed list here that kind of shows so many things. I mean, I don't know. Do I have my wide camera on? My wide camera is here, so let me just show you. So this is what I'm seeing in front of me. So I have all these words here, and then I have all of them over here too that are going. Actually, I don't know why part of it's not even working. So that's what's going on there. Let me see if I can get this going too. All right, so you can hear me loud and clear. Insane in the membrane. Hello from southeast Missouri. How's the poison ivy? It's pretty annoying. So yeah, still have poison ivy here. You can see it. Oh, you can see it better on here. Poison ivy there, some back here. Yep, there you go. And then some on my side, and then some on my legs. And I got, the thing is, it's like right after I got the poison ivy, or I knew I was going to get it, I knew I was in it. So I was scrubbed it with dish soap like I was supposed to. But I should have actually used the poison ivy scrub that has like that abrasive stuff in there that would probably get the oils out ahead of time. But anyway, so many words. There's too many words. It's fine. Poison, I mean, it's annoying, you know, poison ivy is just an annoying thing, but new day, new laptop that needs to be saved, and this time we have what? All right, it's 11 a.m. in New Zealand. It says tomorrow. Welcome to the future. We have a lobster. Lobster dinner, please. That would be nice. Lobster dinner is like a little bit complicated. Spent some time on it, but we had like a really good fix. You know, that's what I like. Better poison ivy than not a skunk. All right, vote, vote, vote. We got about 2 minutes left, and we will see if we can save all three. That's what I'm hoping for. We will save all three. That's what I'm hoping for. There's been many nights we've done three. And there's been a few nights now or days that we fixed none. Okay, rock lobster. Now, Robert, tier 1 for 3 months. Thank you so much for that. Good evening there, Robert. All right, do you prefer to remove factory liquid metal and replace it with PTM 7950 before it becomes an issue? You know, what I would say is you just use it, like if you're using it flat on your desk anyway, it's fine. And liquid metal like is by far, it's when it's new, it is a very good thermal transfer. So it's operating the way it's supposed to. If you're ever going to be storing it vertically, that's when you're going to have issues. So if you think about that, and then over time, you'll start to see where there'll be some hot spots in there that show up. And that's whenever you're going to want to switch it out. So I would say give it a year or so, and then if it, you know, if it starts overheating or whatever, then just replace it. But that's what we're kind of saying is like if it's flat on the desk, you don't have to worry about it. I mean, our tech here bought a new one and immediately took off the liquid metal and put PTM, like immediately. So it depends. Aim for the bushes. All right, calamine lotion. Yeah, I had Benadryl lotion, I forgot it, and so now, like right now my leg is itchy. My arms aren't bothering me right this second. My legs are itching though. All right, so votes about 30 seconds. Last time or forever hold your peace. Simper just used their Prime Twitch sub for 4 months. Thank you for that. Canadian just used their Prime Twitch sub. Prime, that's Amazon Prime. It's free to subscribe on Twitch with your Amazon account, and it just kicks me some money, and that's all it's for. So it doesn't cost you anything, but it helps me out. All right, Doc, at the range, air conditioner. All right, old Macintoshes. Okay, so I think we're good to go. Oh, I didn't even have the polls up for us, so see. So here's our 73% heard the pop on Twitch, and then 46% on YouTube heard the pop. So that looks like the top one. Second one's going to be I guess the RAM. And third's X17R1, no power, no power. All right, so we can get going unless we have anything else. I don't think I have anything to show you. Oh, I have one thing to show you guys. Okay, I'm going to show you my one thing I did today. So this is let me close the poll out. Hello from Ohio. Top fans are different. Let's see. So here's my new Franken cable. My new Franken cable looks pretty now. Look at this. So what I did is I built a spike meter, and so it has its own spike meter on here, and I could just plug USB into the computer here, a USB charger in here, and then it outputs a regular charger here, and then this will input on the computer. So that's my new Franken cable right now. And so we'll see. And then I also just sent one of these off to Northwest Repair. So he's about to have his own little spike meter that he's going to use for some of his repairs, I guess. I don't know. Or he'll put me in a video, make fun of me or something about it. I don't know. Whatever he's going to do with it, but I sent it to him. So, when did you start to stream? So, I don't know, a year and some ago? Year and some? I don't know. I just looked at my playlist. Guys, I have 150 live streams in my live stream playlist. Isn't that crazy? I just can't even believe it. 4 hours long. Asbeck, $10. Thank you. Just wanted to say that I sent you an email at info. It says that I'm very grateful and probably everyone for what you do and for sharing all the information with the community. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, they forward all those emails over to me. It just takes a little while. So those are my main customer service people. I have 3 people checking that box because I get so many emails into our main box there. And then that will get forwarded over. I appreciate that. It's so generous of you. Thank you so much. Yeah, no problem. No problem. I like, I don't know. I like being able to get what's in here out to you guys and share all that information. So thanks for sharing your experience. Yeah, 400,000 subscribers. That's right. My Twitch is growing too. I got almost 3,500 followers on Twitch. That's pretty good for just starting that in like September or something. I don't even know when I started Twitch. Maybe September. I feel like it. So, and made Twitch partner already. I was at your first live stream. Justin, you were? That was a train wreck, wasn't it? I remember my first live, I was so scared. I was so nervous because I'm not a public speaker at all. And so talking to people in front of people, not my favorite. Not my favorite. But what I kept saying to myself, or what I always say to myself, is that it's okay to fail because it's real and it's the way it is, right? So, you know, I don't have to be perfect with anything. And everyone seems to understand, like, what's funny is that most of you guys like it when I fail. You guys like it when I make mistakes. I don't know what it is. Yeah, 600 hours. We calculated that out. It's like 25 days because we use my live stream playlist as our burn-in test on our burn-in station for our laptop. So like if we want a laptop to see if it locks up or whatever, we just hit play on that playlist and it just plays. We can have it play for 25 days straight if we want. So, oh my gosh, yeah, it's pretty funny. What shelf did you want the sample first? Oh, well, you know, Doc sent me this picture of his exquisite bourbon collection. You know, I don't know enough about bourbons to be able to pick one of those, so that would be up to you on that one. All right, so we do have the laptop on the docket now, so we were ready to go. So the court is in session. Bam! Swarm just uses Prime sub. Thank you for that, Gray or Geisher. Geisher just did. Thank you. All right, so we're doing the M17R5. Hopefully this one's going to be repairable. We had an explosion. VDub. What's up, VDub? Just use theirs. Oh, I hope everyone's having a great day. Thank you. Well, I am. And use this Prime sub. So all those Prime subs do help me out a lot. I appreciate it. All right, we will do an intro. Don't forget. I will not forget. You will not forget, but we always read the paperwork first. Always read it. Always got to get our information. Got to get our heads wrapped around what we're about to experience because you never know sometimes. All right, so here's the paperwork. Customer's note. And heard a loud pop noise. My laptop shut off. Power button was flashing 3-5, and the laptop won't turn back on. The power cable will not provide power while being plugged in. These issues happen simultaneously. Whoa! Okay, so does that mean that the power cord shorts out and it gets a 3-5 error? I don't know. I don't know if I get that out of that, but it's going to be a fun one. It's going to be a fun one. Okay, let's do it. So M17R5, heard a pop, won't turn on, gets a 3-5 error. Anything else? That's all we got, right? Oh man, good morning. It's 1 in the morning for you, huh? In the old Cape Town. Hope you're doing good down there in Cape Town. All right, let's do this. Y'all ready to rock out? All right, new day and another laptop that needs to be saved. And this time we have an Alienware M17R5. Now, this one's going to be interesting because the customer heard a loud pop. The laptop shut off. Now it's just giving a power rail failure, a 3-5 error code. And the customer said that the charger will no longer stay on, I guess, whenever they plug it in. So I haven't taken a look at this yet. Let's take a look together and see if we can get this figured out. I'm assuming that's what he meant. I don't know. You know, is the owner in chat? Oh yeah, owner. We're going to call out the owner. Owner Joshua. Joshua, let yourself be known. Come to the front. You're the next contestant on The Price is Right. Come on, Joshua. Anybody? If you are a Joshua, I guess you could say hello. But so if Joshua's here, he will kind of call himself out. Oh, but we will see. All right, so we're going to get going on this, but multitasking. Okay, Unawful Waffle. That's Unawful Waffle, huh? All right. So Unawful Waffle is the owner. I'm Joshua. Okay, all right, perfect. So that's who we're going to have. So everyone keep an eye on him, Unawful Waffle. Maybe you can change the title and add that in there. So it's the owner is Unawful Waffle. So that way it shows it down here, right there. However you do that, right there. All right. Radio voice. Yes. All right. All right. So the first thing I want to do is see if it turns on. We're just going to hit the power button. Ooh, does it have some sort of like I don't know, privacy screen on here? So I just hit the power button. We are getting a blinking light. Now this blinking light is indicative of a low battery. So it's telling me that's a low battery right now. I don't know. I don't see a blink code yet, but if they're saying it's getting a 3.5 error, we can pull up the list on Dell's site just real quick, just so you can see what it is. I'll show you what that is while we're at it. All right, give me a second. Now I know what I know it's a power rail failure, but I just want to show you guys how to fish. So M17R5 light codes. Oops, you got to type it though. Light codes. So I'm just typing in the old Goog. And usually, if Google's good, they'll put this first. Sometimes they put this junk here. See this thing right here? You just skip it, right? You skip that part and you go to the actual real thing. And then you scroll down. And then so they were saying a 3.5 error, so 3.5, and it's going to be red. Well, where does it show you? Sometimes it tells you red, then blue. It's not showing on that one. But so a 3.5 means power rail failure. Now the thing about a power rail failure is it means it has no idea what power rail is bad, but there's like, I don't know, 25 power rails on this machine, so let's go fishing. So we're going to have to figure out what power rail is having the issue and figure out what's causing it. Now, okay, now we are getting a power rail failure. There we go, or the blink code. So let's read that. So I saw a couple of reds for a second. Let me see if we got 3. That was 5 blues. 1, 2, 3. Cool. Okay, so we do have a 3.5. I concur. Joshua, I concur with you. Or unlawful waffle. I love it. That's a great name, by the way. It's hard enough to say, but it's clever enough to be written. So I'm going to go ahead and power it off. Now we could plug in the charger. I don't think it's necessary to do that. So I'm just going to go ahead and hold down the power button here. We're going to open up the bottom and take a look inside. Get our new screw bin here. Howdy, Nate. Hello, Stim. What's up, cats and kittens? I like that. That's good. That's a good one. That's a good one. VD's on a current 3-stream streak. What a record. Battery charge power rail failure. Oh, I don't know. Like we could plug in the charger actually. Maybe I do want to do that. I take it back. I take it back. Let me get the bottom off real quick though. So it was a loud pop they heard. A loud pop. Like a firecracker. It was like the 4th of July. Or like the end of New Year's or something, right? Turn it down. Got to crack this. Okay, so we got the bottom off. And we can take a quick look around. We have the main battery. It is OEM. It does look very new. This laptop is very clean, unless you cleaned it before you sent it to me. Sometimes people do that, and they say, oh, my laptop's really dirty. Let me clean it, and then I'll send it to them and make it look like it was clean in the first place. But to me, it looks very new inside of here. It does have 2 sticks of RAM. What does it have? I can't tell. 16. It says 32 gigs of gold, and then has 2 NVMEs that are populated in here. So you want me to zoom in? We can do zoom time. Zoom, zoom. So we do have it all populated here, so everything is in there. I'm going to leave the battery plugged in. I am going to plug in the charger real quick just so I can see exactly what it's doing. See if it does actually charge the battery. If we have a power failure, normally it won't charge the battery, but there's our 0.04, And we want to see pre-charge current and have it jump up. But most of the time, if there is a power rail failure, it won't do that. Oh, it is charging. Okay, so it is on a lower power rail. That's concurring. That's basically will tell us that it's something on a lower power rail. Let me see what this says here. Power cord will not stay energized even without being plugged into the PC. Okay, well I have it. My charger is staying energized. Obviously, I got the light on. I have it charging the battery now. It did pre-charge current, does that. The customer's charger is here. Old Waffle's charger's right here. It is OEM. The plastic is good. I do declare it's regulation. It has a good label. So it is a real charger. Now we can plug that in and see. Let me plug it into an outlet here. If I can reach the plug. Okay, got it plugged in. So what's good about my charger or my spike meter, I can actually plug this into the meter here. So I'm going to unplug my charger into it and I'm going to plug his into it. So now we're running off of his charger. And yeah, the charger shut off. The charger shut off. Huh. Well, I'll be darned. Okay, so let me unplug this. I'll plug it back in. It's on. And it's turning off, I think. Yeah, I think it's already turning off right now. So let me plug it back in here. Okay. No, it has 19 volts right now. It's on. No, it says 8 volts. What, 7 volts? Wait a minute. Why is... Ah, I know what I'm doing. I know what's going on. Sorry, I plugged into the wrong thing. I was like, the one on the screen, I'm not plugging into the one on the screen. That's what it is. Okay, we got it. We got it. Okay. Hey, three repair shops, guys. The laptop is running fine. And it just needs a driver update after it came back. Thank you very much. Keep up the good work. All right, perfect. That is perfect. Okay, so keep an eye on this power meter. We have it at 2.7 volts. I'm going to unplug this, plug it back in. 14 volts, immediately shutting off. You see how it never even stays at the 20 volts that it's supposed to? So resetting spike may or may not help because it doesn't actually have a amperage that's being pulled. Here, I have it unplugged from the laptop, by the way. So it's not plugged into the laptop. I'm plugging the charger to reset it, plugging it in, and the charger is bad. The charger is just turning off on its own. Here, I can actually change spike to, this is a voltage view. So now that's voltage that you have on the screen there instead of current. So now I'm going to unplug it, plug it back in. It goes up to 20 volts for a second, not even 20, it's like 15 volts. And then now it's just discharging the capacitors. So that's voltage that you're seeing on the screen. Okay, so that tells me this charger's bad. So you need a new charger for one thing. Now, that's interesting. Ah, but I know. I do declare I know what's going on. Okay, so here's what's going to happen here. Crack open the charger for real carnage. Yeah, we could definitely do that for the send-in. That's what we might have to do. I love opening chargers. We slam it on the floor and just pop it open. So here's what I think happened. We had an explosion on the board, backfed into the charger, messed up the charger. I think it's an official charger. Everything points to official charger. And Waffle says it's an official charger, but the label looks good. So I think that we have an issue with the backfeeding here. So, okay, so let's just fix the board. And then my charger works fine because we've already declared that. So if I plug this back in, we are getting 19 volts. It's pulling some current. It negotiates. Look at, it should go to 0.23. Waiting for it. There you go, 0.24. There you go. And then it's going to start charging. All right, so his charger just got messed up. That's all it is. All right, so now we got to figure out what's going on here. And so the way I like to think about this is that if we have the main battery, the battery charging, and we have the charger plugged into the main battery charging, that means the main power rail is present. And we probably have our 3 volt is fine. We smell test. But we probably have a short on one of these lower power rails that are not vital for the main to actually start charging. So here's what I'm going to do is I'm going to take out these SSDs, take out the RAM, and see what's going on. We probably have to pull the board too. No sound. Gordon, did we lose sound? We might need to start the video over. Reset. Scope the charger. I bet it has a ripple. Well, right as it starts, it dies. CPU smoke, I hope not. That's better. Gordon, what'd you do? Did you unmute it? Nice one. Oh, I didn't mark the... You guys forgot to mark the SSDs. Come on, dude. What are you doing? This is SSD 2. This is SSD 1. Okay. So we got our SSDs marked, so we'll go back in the right slot. Let me pop this back off here. Yeah, I think the guy's watching in delay time. So anybody who is a little bit behind, just hit the restart or refresh. Bring it back. Bounce test of the charger. Yes, yes, that's right, the bounce test. So you've seen me open up chargers in the past, right, on these streams? I basically take it by the cord and I swing it like I'm about to like catch a critter, and then I slam it on the ground. Really, I don't know how to open them. Otherwise, I think you can take acetone or something and try to get into the gap. I'm not really sure. They are very, they're very together. YouTube has had good audio the entire time, I do declare. Fully calibrated charger. That's what we need. Evening, everyone. We missed the start. Well, we're about to get started right now. We have a laptop that went pop and blew up the customer's charger. What if the charger is what blew up and then did the surge inside? That would be even worse. What do you think about that one? Maybe we're thinking about this backwards. Maybe it was the charger that put overcurrent into the laptop and blew something up. Electrostatic weld. Is that what it is? Brute force is the only way to open a charger. That's right. I don't mind doing it. If Waffle wants me to pound that thing on the concrete, I will. I totally will. I'll have to put my goggles on. Put on the goggles. Let's see. Let's go. Put on the goggles. And then we can smash. You ready? Put my gloves on. Safety first. That was my theory. Oh my gosh, this does not want to come off, and I hate it. I hate it. Ugh, come on, baby, you can do it. You can do it. These are always a pain in the bonkers. All right, PSID. Yeah, we'll check the PSID. That's a good idea. PSID is a communication line between the charger and the laptop. Sometimes that will go boom boom in the night. Yeah, I guess so. That is probably right, but okay, we have consent by the Waffle owner. Waffle has consented to smashing. Oh my gosh, but not smashing the laptop, just the charger. Okay, got this open. Okay, and the rear cover is off. All that work for nothing. All right, so we got the rear cover off now. There's not much we can see on this side of the board. I will kind of pull this cover off so we can kind of get in here. If you're familiar, you have to do this before you work on it. So you have to do that. And this has never been open. Look at this. Waffle, this is awesome. Look at this. You've never opened this. See this tape right here? This is almost like a void warranty sticker, I tell you. This sticker right here that holds the LCD ribbon cable down, that's how I can tell if this has been opened, people. I'm using it. Everything's a clue. And this has never been opened. So it's basically a void warranty sticker. Because you have to peel this up like this, and then your fingerprints get behind there, and then I know your identity after that. I have a question. Oh, how long ago did you repair the VIC-20? Also, is there a follow-up video? There's not a follow-up video, and how long ago was it? Shoot. When was that? Was that September of last year? I don't know. The VIC-20 is still in a box right there. I could see it with my own eyes right now. I could see it. Mod Waffle. Okay, Waffle, you're coming up in the ranks here, buddy. Waffle's going hot. Let me see if I can find him here. Waffle, where are you? There he is. Waffle is going modded. Okay, Waffle, you are now mod ability, so now you can use the bell command. So exclamation point bell, and then space, and then whatever you want to say will pop up on the screen, and then bell me. But no shenanigans, okay? I trust you. I have trust in you. Boom. One of the cleanest laptops I've ever seen. That's true. Yeah, so and then also, it smells clean. What is this? 20 gifted memberships? Beta just gifted 20 subs over there on the old Twitcher. The old Twitcheroo. 20 people got commercial-free viewing for the next 20 days. Thank you so much. Or 30 days, I guess. Thank you so much. I can't even name all those people. Man, that was very generous of you. Coming in hot with the gifted subs. Whammo, bammo, slammo. Haha. Wow. I think it's the biggest gifted sub pile on Twitch I've ever seen. That I've ever had, at least. We had somebody gifted 400 subs one night on YouTube, but that was all a scam, man. It was a scam. They took them all back. Can't get this cover off here. You'll trust, if you trust me, you could trust anyone. That's right. If I trust the doc. The old Doc White. Okay, sorry. I'm just trying to get this cover off, and it takes me a while. Okay, so this is just a little shield. It allows me to see a little bit more, but I still want to pull the board out. We're going to take the RAM out, though, and then... You've already reseated the RAM, you said? No, wait. That was a different repair. All right, let me plug this back in. Let's just see what current we're pulling now that we have that stuff undone. The brain trust. You guys are my brain trust. All, what, 1,000 of you? No, we're not at 1,000 yet. Okay. Where's all the people at tonight? Am I not entertaining enough? Do I not entertain you? All right, let's try to power this on. Oh, test. There you go. You're in the house. You're on the grid. Sorry, my microphone's messed up here. Okay. Click the thumbs up. There you go. If you click thumbs up, people show up. That's how that works. Okay, so I'm just turning it back on again with the screen unplugged, the RAM unplugged, the SSDs unplugged, the whatevers and the whatnots all unplugged, the batteries unplugged. We just have a red light here. The red light of death. Why do we have just a red light? I've never seen that before, actually. I've never seen this red light before. Have you seen this red light? Monkey dance, monkey. You know what it is, man. You got to whip me in shape. Come on, get to work. Dance, monkey. That's what I feel like sometimes. You're just like, no. Quit the shenanigans. Quit talking. More worky. Quit talking. Less talking. You're new here. Don't be new here. If you're new, you're family. All right. It's a 1-1. We'll see. We're on the first one right now. Okay, so this isn't... Okay, there we go. No, wait. I thought we had it turning on before. I don't have any RAM in there, I know. Don't worry about it. The battery's the battery's charged. Huh. Hold on. Hold on. I've never seen that before. It's just luck. Just luck. I just popped up in your feed, huh? I'm just like magically here. All right, let me plug this back in. I had to unplug the keyboard, so it's not giving me any signs of life. 3.5, no turn on, but I was trying to turn it on with the charger. I did it with just the battery at first. Let me try it again. I know I'll remove the RAM, but I don't care about the RAM. I want the power on. See, look at this. Do you see powering on going on? Press the button. Nothing. That's the battery charge. Let me unplug the battery again. You just saw 2.8. Okay, no, wait. Now we got 2.8. What's going on here? Let me reset the thing again. Press the power. Oh yeah, we got something else going on here. This is major weird. I've actually never seen this before. Okay. Yes, it's the red light of death. All right, so we have a red light of death. This is something new, and we're going to have to all get together on this one. So the symptoms that I'm seeing now is that it charges the battery. It originally actually kind of powered on, didn't we? I don't know if we got fans or not, but we did get a 3.5 air code on the battery only. With the charger plugged in, I get no current draw. We're just sitting there with that, and we get this red light of death. So, hooray. Hooray! I'm going to go back to the battery only just to see what that does. I know no RAM's in there. I don't care. Hello from Round Rock, Johnny B. Okay, now it's doing that blinky thing again. So it is powering, it's doing something, right. Wait a minute. Solid red display glitch. Is that what we're calling it? Is that what we're calling it? Huh? Okay, we're gonna pull the motherboard because we gotta figure out what's going on. Nothing I can do. Bad power management chip, it's right here, and I don't see any burn. We can look around on the top before we get there. Sorry, wrong button. You got stage fright. Jack, don't get stage fright. You're telling somebody else, aren't you? It got stage fright. Okay. So, let's see what we got here. So here's should be our power management chip right yar. It's a 9552AH, and it looks okay. We should have power coming in here. Let's plug it in. Let's just see where the voltage is going, right? Shall we? Shall we? Can't decide what's wrong with this thing yet. So voltage mode, we have the meter up there. We don't need the chart because that's distracting. All right, so we're just going to see the voltage coming out. So we should have 20 volts here. Voila. We should have it going through these inductors and then coming out here. Voila. Then it's going to go through a pair of MOSFETs here and it should come out here. Voila. And it should go through these pair of MOSFETs and come out here. Yes. And if you notice, we still have the same voltage all the way through. That's what we're looking for, right? So if we have 19.8 here, we should have 19.8 here. We should have no loss across this. If you ever have a loss across here, then we have an issue in that area, I do declare. Going thermal, we don't have enough current to go thermal, so that's not going to help us in this quest. 19.8 right there still. And then this is going to be our battery charge circuit area. We know this is working, but if we measure right there, we should have 13.2, which is, there's no battery plugged in. We plug a battery in, which I'll do right now. It should drop down the battery voltage, and then after it negotiates, it will drop to, or jump to charging. So right now 13.2 drops on the battery voltage, 10.8. Now it jumps to 12.8 volts while it's negotiating, and then it should start charging. There we go. So you see the 0.22, and then once it starts charging, you'll see the current or the voltage go up. So 11.5, and then you'll see 11.55, 11.56, 11.57. So now the battery's charging. There you go. So that was the whole negotiation jazz. So that's done. So all that looks good. I think if we have a pop, we got to see the pop. So I'm going to go for a pop hunt because we're going to have a pop somewhere. We're going to have a hunt. There's going to be something boom boomed somewhere else. Do you want to go thermal with the battery maybe? I mean, I guess we could try that, but at this point, I don't see anything. And we could do a smell test like you were saying, but it smells pretty good, actually. Is there 3.3 on the power management chip? The power management chip should be working like this because it's charging the battery. I mean, I could be wrong. I could be narrow-minded, but something is telling me to look on the other side of the board. Because right here we have our 20 volts, we have our battery charge, but on the other side of the board we have our 3 volt, our 5 volt, and our 1.8. They're all in a row. And then we also have our 1. Whatever the DDR5 is, 5 volt. Did you do a visual inspection on the RAM? Anything else that was removed to see if it was the actual RAM sticks that went boom boom in the night? That looked pretty good to me. Yep. Yeah. A few ounces of gold each. Those look fine. Yeah, nothing smells either, so I would expect something to smell. Western Digital Black, looking good. Here, let me have some coffee time. They forgot to put honey in my coffee today. Man, oh man. Without honey in that coffee, it's bitter. How much you want to bet liquid metal leaked all over it? Oh, but you know what? This is an AMD, so they don't put liquid metal on it. So how much you want to bet? No. But it is factory. Everything's factory. But yeah, on these, I haven't seen a single AMD system where they put liquid metal on it. Maybe the very, very new one, very high-end one, maybe. How much you want to bet it's this Wi-Fi card right here? You think this is the problem? I don't know. I don't know. I bet no. You bet the CPU went pop pop. So red light of death. Solid red when the charger's plugged in. Looking good, Billy Ray. Feeling good, Lewis. Oh my gosh. We're back, Mortimer. We're back. How's my phone ringing here? We're closed, but my phone's ringing back here. And it's a customer. We're just going to let it go to voicemail. I'm not answering no customer call right now. If you're in the chat right now messing with me, I'm going to get you. That's why I like to do it after hours at 6 o'clock. I think they're calling the direct extension. That's what's going on. That's why that phone's ringing. Because it should be after hours anyway, so it wouldn't ring at all. Okay, try a different battery. Yeah, I could, but I'm not thinking. I want to investigate this pop. Because, I mean, for all I know, it could be a pop through the speakers. Waffle, think about it sometimes. Play it back in your head. Sometimes if it goes pop, you can hear pop through the speakers. But was it pop like fireworks pop? Like a black cat? Like a capacitor went boom boom? Or was it like kind of a backfire and speakers land? Like you just unplug the power or something. Let the phone go to voicemail. You're closed. That's right. Or I could say, hello, you're live on the air, on the live stream. Oh, hello, it's a call-in show now. We could do call-in live streams. We never know what's going to happen on a call-in live stream. The call could have been spoofed. It goes pop in the laptop. It goes pop in the night. We saw the 3.5. The 3.5 came back after I just ran it on battery, but if I have it on charger only, it doesn't work. So we know that we have some sort of main power rail anomaly going on. What we got? What we got? Oh, there was no spark, but it did seem like it came from the speakers. It didn't seem like it came from the speakers. Okay. All right. And did you smell electrical? Did you smell, does it smell like it was a lightning strike? Did you smell ozone? All right, and the motherboard is out. Looking good. It's looking good. So we're gonna look here for any burn stuff here. I don't see anything. No smell at all. Nope, there's no smell. It smells good, actually. You must use like hand lotion or something. It smells good. It smells clean. It smells like a clean person's house. Are you a very clean person? That's what it smells like. Could have been an important cell phone call about health coverage. Yes. Or my extended warranty on my car. That's right. All right, I'm going to go ahead and take the heatsink off because these things are notorious for having shorted MOSFETs on the CPU and GPU. That's funny. You know, and then for like business, so the equivalent to those two calls for personal people, it's we have a business line of credit for you, or they want to buy my business. I get those every single day, like all day long. You've been approved for $300,000, you know, in money, just weird money from some random company. Or we would like to buy, people are in the area wanting to buy your business. I'm like, you just want to randomly buy my business? All right, give me $10 million, I'll be done. I will go home for $10 million. We can do it. PS pop. All right, let's take this off. Does the charger smell? Ooh, I don't think the charger smells. We've been trying to reach out about your extended warranty. The charger smells, God, it smells good, man. Waffle is the cleanest person I've ever smelled. I'm telling you, Waffle, you got it figured out, whatever it is. Because I've seen some dirty laptops come through here. This is just, I gotta say, you win it. You're the winner so far. Nate, this is your home. Another day, another credit debt collector. Oh, Waffle says happy face. That's right. Okay, here we go. Popping this off. So you got a clean laptop, you got a clean house. That's usually how that equates. Now, I did have a laptop come in that had bed bugs in it, and I was wondering what their house looked like if it had bed bugs in it. All right, so the heatsink is off. Factory paste, that's what we were expecting. Now we have the GPU and CPU are both AMD. And they look okay. But what do we have there? What's that? I think we found it. I think we found it. Okay. All right. And it may be bad. It may be a bad thing. So brace yourself, everyone. Brace yourself. It smells like Team Spirit. Yeah, that will get you. Okay. Well, we're going in. We're going in. Dun dun dun. Yep. I do declare. That's it. We found it. Wow. So the pop was correct. Your assessment was correct. So this is the CPU, Ryzen 9. This is the GPU, 7900, 7800, whatever it is, 6800. There's a lot of power phases here. Got a lot of power phases here. We have our PU1. This is probably our, I don't know what it is actually. It could be our integrated graphics. It could be our, no, here's our PUG. This is our integrated graphics. So we got two of those. I don't know what this one is. It's something vital to the operation of the machine, I can tell you that. So let's just get this peeled back. Ooh. Ooh. Oh no. It's me, Mario. Okay, I'm going to peel all this off because this is not looking good. Let me get all this out of the way. All right, so what we are seeing before our very eyes is a case of the Mondays. So we have a, this is an inductor. We have a main power rail comes through an inductor here and feeds another power rail. And there's usually two capacitors on here. It comes in here. This is going to reduce this down to whatever voltage this is, probably 1.8. And then that will feed into this massive chip over here. But what I'm seeing is I see a ball here. Great balls. Here's another ball. So we had an explosion this way. It almost looks like we have some heat here. Now, I don't... If we're going to say that everything's okay, this is what's going to make it happen. One of these caps went short. The voltage came through here. This acted like a fuse. It blew up. And then it's just these caps. But if we have it where it's shorted right here, and this went boom, boom, then this goes boom, boom. And then the end. The dishes are done, man. So that's not something we want to happen. So y'all ready to measure? Y'all ready? Waffle, you ready? Hold your breath. So we're going to go straight on resistance mode, and I'm going to measure right here. There we go. It's 0. Sorry. So we're probably in the high 90% chance that the CPU is dead. If this is tied over here and it's shorted through here. Now there is a chance that this is shorted to ground, and we have something where it basically shorted out, shorted to ground through here, and shorted to ground through here, so this chip is just internally shorted. So if we remove this and remove all this stuff, it would resolve this. But right now I'm going to measure right here. So we got, so that's our 0.6. DIY Dave has arrived. You are in the house. Dave's here, man. And then we got 0.3 here. So what I want to start with, I'm going to remove this, remove this, remove this, and remove this. This is going to be welded on here, so it ends up bonding the two metals together. Is this shorted maybe too? No, that's not shorted. Okay. So I'm going to take this off, I'm going to take those three off, and we'll take that off, and then we'll just see where we stand at that point, okay? Concur. I'm sorry. I feel bad. Does the microscope look extra clear tonight? I'm actually really stoked right now. Look, I can even make it even brighter. So I bought a new light. I've been buying these like ring lights, and they've been driving me crazy because they're not super bright. Well, the new light that I bought is like, so this is about how bright my other lights would go, is about right there. And so whenever I have it on, it would look, I mean, it probably looked okay still, but this one has 144 LEDs. The other one only had like 60 or something. But now when I go on bright, I can actually crank it. Like it gets so bright that it's like, it's blinding me. Like I need sunglasses or something. So I'm only having to run it at half brightness, which I'm super happy about. Anyway, so it makes it crystal clear. So I'm going to buy a couple more of these. I always have backups. I have like a stack of them, so anytime it goes out, I just grab another one. So now that I know this works good, I'm going to buy a couple more of them. All right, let me go ahead and get this removed. Okay. But it is a clean laptop, so it does make it look extra clean, though. How's the thermal camera reflection? It's not reflection, so it's a heat signature. So is it a little cooler? It's still really hot. So like if I feel the actual camera or the light here, it's burning hot. So with me turning the light off, it would still reflect the heat. So I have another solution I've been doing is I basically can take my wire off of here, and then I have another thermal camera that I've been running just kind of separately on the side. So the thermal cameras are just mounted on top, and so it's right here, and so they end up lining up. But if I do it like this, then it's separate and kind of makes it a little bit better. So that's kind of an option. But again, it's heat. If the light's off, it doesn't do anything still. It doesn't change it. All I can do is just turn it off and let it cool off. I was thinking about putting a fan inside of the light. That might help. 144 LED hertz. You can now cook the boards. Let's cook. Well, yeah, we can cook some boards with these lights. I feel like I need sunglasses though. God, it looks so clear. All right, we're gonna preheat this. So I'm hoping this isn't gonna be too stuck to the board. 60,000 lumens. Did you buy it from Northwich Fix? Nothing but the best. No, I haven't bought anything from him for a while. The last thing I bought from him was all his flux. So I was just trying out all of his flux. So new lighting, does it affect the thermal view? Okay, wait. Could have been more important to call about health coverage. That was from before. That's an endoscope camera. That's how bright it is. New lighting, does it affect the thermal view? I mean, it definitely is fine. It's just the heat that will get you every time. Okay, we got that one off of there. Got this one off of here. Come on. And this is what we're worried about. That's off. So this is going to be fused, I bet. So we might have to do some grinding. Nope, that's fine. And we're going to pull this guy out. And then we'll clean the carbon, and we'll cross our fingers. Better than factory. So what I like to say is like nothing happened. That's my saying. Because better than factory is actually owned by the guy who says it. Okay, now I need flux. I don't know what's going on with that. That does not want to come off. Will the short be gone, everyone? So we do have a poll. That means Twitch. You look down there. How many people are on Twitch? 125 people on Twitch. Let's see if we can get at least 50 votes on Twitch. But you guys just click on it. It's a yes or no answer. Do you think that after I remove all these components, the short's still going to be there or it's going to be gone? Which one is it? All right. You can participate. Come on, baby. Oh, I'm going to have to up the heat, I think, because this is not coming. All right, we're going hot. Going full heat. Full Monty. Fingers crossed, everyone. So again, if this is shorted when we get to this off of here, then this board is a no-go. Okay, got it off of there. Good. And let me keep this chip off the side because I didn't look and see what the chip number was. Okay. 50-50 chance at this point. All right, so I'm going to start by measuring on the going into it. So everyone do their votes yet? Let's see. I'll pull up the polls. I'll pull the polls. You only have a couple minutes to do it. Hey, Twitch is voting pretty good. I'm pretty proud of you guys. I'm proud of you guys. Here, I'll give you a second. Yeah, we're up to almost, what is that number? 25, 45 people? Wow, that's a record. We voted. All right, so everyone's praying. Okay, here we go. Yeah, the tiny cap here, you think this one? Or this one? This one's just dirty. So I'm just going to measure the input first and clean the carbon. Right, yar, I do concur. Oh, thank you. Let's clean that carbon. Like nobody's business. But it is nobody's business. Thank you for that, nobody. Okay, carbon is conductive, that's why they're saying that. So if we don't clean it off, then we could have conductivity or a false sense of measurement. Some of these laptops can conditioned, reconditioned. Yep, some of the boards that we have that are exploded, maybe. If you want to do it, I'm not doing it. Okay. Looking good. Looking good. Feeling good. All right. Talk like a pirate day. Yar, and it's driving me nuts. Okay, so I'm going to measure right here. I think this is the ground pad, I'm assuming. Let's see. What do we have? Open line. Open line. 140 ohms. 100 mega ohms. Okay, so this is our positive trace. This is our ground? No? Oh, this is our 19 volts coming in, comes over here, energizes this trace, this goes in, this is our 20 volts going into there, this should be our ground. Correct. Okay, so our main power rail is good, this is not separated anymore, so now we just want to make sure we don't have a short on this output. Everyone got their votes in there. So 50-50, 60-40. Looks like we're at a 60-40 yes, the short will be gone. You know what I voted? I'm going to tell you before I do it. No, the short will not be gone, unfortunately, because I've seen this before. So this, we want this to be a high resistance, probably 80 or something, 100, I don't know. Would, wait, probe the pads to the right of the chip. Over here? These pads? 50K. The right of the chip. We've already done these, those are ground. So ground's fine. Positive's fine. These guys are fine. I'm ready to do this output. Okay, here we go. 14 ohms. 14 ohms, yes! Yes! 14 ohms! Waffle, you're in the house, buddy. Woo-hoo-hoo! Waffle! Oh, gosh. All right, so we do have good news. So it looks like 60% of the people and 47% of the people were correct on this. So what that's telling me is that we originally measured and we only had like 0. It was basically 0. It was like 0.1 or something of resistance here. Now, I was hoping that it was the resistance coming back feeding from this chip. So what it looks like to me is this chip went shorted to ground. And so whenever the 20 volts tried to come through here, came through this inductor, it was shorted to ground here, so it blew this chip up right here. But the chip was shorted completely internal, so it was actually back feeding shorting. Woo! All right, so I think we are good. So with that measurement there, I don't know, I mean, 14 could still be too low, but it's not 0, right? So I'm very happy. So let's grab a donor board and transfer some stuff over. I'm going to clean a little bit more carbon off now that we know that we have something looking good. Woo! I'm excited. I'm excited. I'm feeling it today. I can see all the excitement out there too. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect it. She lives, she lives. All right, donor board, here we go. Cheers from California. Pop, pop, pop. All right, so I do have a stack of these boards. Oh, and I have an interesting update too from, I think it's this board right here, isn't it? Is that the same board? I don't think that's the same. Oh, maybe it is the same. Yeah, okay. So I have an update also, just to let you know. 50% of the time, the chat is 100% right. Did you know that 90% of all statistics are made up? Close poll, all right. Says you get your gift is 2 sips of coffee. Thank you for that. All right, let me pull these things off. So I think this is the right chip. I'm going to compare it. I am going to compare it. Actually, let me see if I have another one of these boards that already has parts taken off of. Yeah, here we go. I think this is the same one also. Okay. Did the poll not close? I thought it closed it. Oh, well, you swapped components. Someone started another poll. I was like, wait a minute, how did the poll start again? All right, let me check these. What was the chip number here? Well, it wound up being a bad chipset. Shh! Quit it! Stop that! So there's a new pole. Uh-oh, the chip flew away. There we go. I just want to compare this and see, make sure this is the right one. Got a lot of activity tonight. So we have another poll up there. We're talking about swapping components. What is the question? I can't remember. Will it work with swap components? That is the question. Those look like the right ones, right? KD, but that one says E. This is not the right chip. Unless it's just KD. I don't know what the number is supposed to be. This board number is a little bit different, so I don't want to do it. Not the two caps. Okay, let me go back to the original board I was going to take it off of. This is the right board number. New poll, will it work after components removed? Replacing components? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Fun fact, I used to work for Dell Technologies. Oh, whenever it was actually called Dell Technologies, I was part of the compute team in the virus team. Virus team? Why, you have a virus team? The virus stream. The Viturus stream business unit. It looks like virus to me. That's funny. I see the T there. Virtuous. Words are hard for me. Don't worry about it. Don't worry if I can't read your words. Your words are too complicated for me. Okay. This is the right one. Yep, that's the right one. So that's the one I'm pulling off. Words are hard. The McAfee team. That's what team you were on? That's a crazy team. Good thing I did not decide to sleep tonight. No! That's what Sundays are for. Do you think Nate's late due to his alien abduction? I'm here. I'm here. What are you talking about? I'm not lost. Words. They're too hard for the brain. The more you read, the more you go insane. Probe that coil after you remove the chip. Are you sure you want to know the answer to that question? Are you sure? Okay, the chip is off. The chip is off. All right, let me keep it separate from the other one, the other chip. I don't want a chip. I'm going to put the chip over here. Don't lose it. Okay. Are you sure you want to know what's on there? Can you handle the truth? Ken Como super chatted. Oh, missed it. Sorry, Ken. Kenny, where you at, buddy? Oh, Ken, sorry. Can you test the resistance of the donor board to make sure? Okay, yes, I will. Thank you for that, Keno. Keno! You're my boy, Blue. All right, here we go. So this is our donor board. We're going to test right here. 19, looking pretty good to me. 18, 19, whatever it takes. Mr. Nate, what's your opinion of Aurora 16, reliability and repairability? Aurora 16 and there's the 16X, those are two sister systems. My tech had bought one when it first came out. He's had no issues with it. He did say it came with the liquid metal. I think his came with a 5080 on it, RTX 5080. He immediately replaced the liquid metal and put PTM on it, but he's had no issues with it. I don't know if I've opened that one up. He opened it up, obviously, and it's fine. So speaking of words that are hard, does the shirt fit all right? Yes, of course it fits all right. I've worn it one time on the stream. I was actually gonna wear it next Sunday. I already got it planned out. I have to kind of plan out my shirt schedule so I don't wear the same shirts over and over again. I mean, I have so many shirts, but shirt schedule. Thank you for that, Jack. The shirt is perfect, and the words are hard. It tells the truth. All right, so we do have the measurements are about right. Now that this board's a little more cooled off, I'm going to read it again. And, ooh, now we're up to 25 gigas. Look at that. So it's going up the hotter the board gets, so I think we're doing good. The donor board was at 18, but it was still warm, so we're right in the ballpark. So here's where our new chip's going to go, is right here. And everyone, we know where Pen 1 is because we have a dot on the chip, we have a dot on the board. Dell's very nice at telling you what Pen 1 is. I'm very, very happy for that. So I'm going to get this all ready like that. Oh, grab an inductor while we're at it. Do we need to replace that inductor? Nah. We're going to replace those two capacitors and that inductor. That's what you mean, that inductor. Get that inductor while you're at it. But we'll replace the capacitors in another video, right? Did y'all, were y'all participating in the capacitor controversy? It's the case of the capacitor controversy. So if you missed it, there is it looks like Black Horse Repairs, Soren's Electronic Repair School, and then a third guy that I'm not familiar with his channel. We're all talking about how capacitors don't matter, or they do matter on replacing them. And I'm not getting in the middle of it. Uh-oh. What's going on with my hot air? Was it different on the donor? This is the correct, I had to get a different board, and so now I grabbed the right board. So my take on it, it was not on a stream, it was a video. So it was like, Soren took down his video. He said it was only going to be up for an hour. So he had it up for an hour, I watched it, and then he took it down. And then Black Horse Repairs did a kind of rebuttal on it. And then, but basically the gist is, are capacitors that important? Should you replace them? And why it doesn't really matter to have them on there. And I know, I've seen actual videos where they had like I'm trying to think of who did it, but it was like a graphics card. And you don't have to, like, on a desktop graphics card, how many actual capacitors are on there. But they start removing capacitors and seeing if the card still works. And basically the gist of it is, you can remove most capacitors on the board and it would still work. Now, you may end up still having issues in the long run if there's any ripple or anything, if it's cleaning out high frequency stuff, but a lot of it's all for like that engineering and FAA interference, FTC, whichever it is, right? Darn it, come on, stick. Why is that not getting there? So, we can not replace those and the board will work, is my whole point. But my take on it is, since I have donor boards, I just replace it. So it doesn't bother me. It's not like it takes a lot of work or anything. I'm not having to hunt or anything. And then if I don't know the value, I'll just put whatever's close. There we go. All right, so I got that ready to go. Now the board's nice and hot. That chip is that. Yeah, so you want to see the original chip? Just so you guys, I know you guys are questioning. So that's the original chip. Here's the original. Wait, why does that say F? Why does that say E? What? I thought we just did this. Did I grab the wrong board? Oh. Wait a minute. What am I doing here? That's why I set the original chip off to the side, because I was like, hold on. I swear we looked at a board, we were like, no, that's the wrong chip. And I thought that the other one was the E. So this is the customer's chip right here. Let's grab this other board here. I swear we looked at this. So that's an E. What is going on here? I can't read that one though. What'd you say? LED says it's okay. Ooh, LED says it's okay. I bet it is okay. But it's just weird, because I swear my brain was like processing it correctly. Oh, this one says E also. That's what it was. So then when I grabbed the same board part number, I thought I grabbed the same board part number, but maybe I didn't. Let's see. It's a senior moment here. Okay, let me see. We got an L. Oh yeah, it's a 656 board. Oh, 656 board. Oh, I like what you've done there. That's totally different than what I thought it was. That's why. 656. Oh. Okay, Led, do you think it's good? The rest is a date code, so it's just a KD. K, capital K, lowercase delta, right? Kilo delta. All right. All right. Kilo delta it is. Okay, so we're good. So this other chip is the same as this chip. In my brain trust, I trust you. So as long as we have a kilo delta, capital K, lowercase d, we're good. The rest of it's a date code. It's funny that 2 letters can tell you what the chip is, but the rest of it, it takes 3 letters to tell you what the date is. I don't know. That's how much work it is. Making numbers, number makers. Thank you, Lead Farmer. Keeping us straight. Okay, let's get the rest of these things taken care of. Where's my board with all my pieces? So we need inductors, we need, yeah, we need to know when the dates are, right? I'd rather know what the chip is before I know what the date is. All right, so we need to, hey, this one doesn't have a capacitor there. Why you do that to me? Why you do that to me? What about this one? This one only has one capacitor also. We don't need all those capacitors, apparently, right? Based on the interwebs. All the numbers are past my dates. What about this one? Look, see, this one's only popped. Was it only popped with one anyway? It probably was, right? It didn't have two capacitors there, did it? Did we take off two or one? It was two. This board's different. You guys, I took off two. Okay, it had two. All right. Well, this value is. I'm sure the value is going to be something good. What value is going to be? It's not going to be this one. They're all 20. It had two caps. Look at that. Everyone knows. Everyone knows better than me. How can I not know? How do you guys know everything and I don't know everything? I think it's crazy. I do declare that you guys know more than me. Maybe I can find the exact board. That would be better. What did I say it was? A 656? 656. Where are you at, buddy? I don't get very many AMD setups. 656 in the his house. And the his house is packed. All right, we got it. We got it. There's a 656 in the his house. Boy. Doom, boom, boom. And this one has an E. So there you go. That is conclusive. This is exactly the same board number, same part number, same everything. That's what happens when you forget the honey. That's right. The coffee did not have the honey, so now I cannot think right. All right, so we just need to take these three components over. We already transferred the chip, so we don't need that, so we'll just steal those three guys right now. Dread with the Prime sub coming in hot. Thank you for that. That does help me out a lot. I appreciate it. What I hate about transferring three components at a time is, like, I have to make a decision. Do I transfer one at a time, or do I pull them all off, put them on my desk, and then hopefully they don't fly away? Going to be teaching Cobalt for the next 2 weeks. Whoa. The language that never dies. Nice. It's going to be a fun one. So let's see. What do I want to do? Do I just want to pull it off and then move it? No, I kind of feel like I want to do it like this. Maybe I can put this kind of close and then just move back and forth. Let's see. Maybe, here, let me think about how I want to do this. Let me set this here for a second. Sometimes I have to think of, like, ways of doing that. So if I put that there, and then I rotate up. Aha, there we go. Okay, so we're in that view there. Then I can roll back this way and have it. Wait, where's the other view? Where's that? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Right here. Okay. There. There. Camera 1, camera 2. Place it in temporary storage and hot glue. Pretty much. It's teleport time. I do not want these things to fly away. Okay. I think we got it figured out. One at a time. And I just gonna make sure I squeeze hard enough, because sometimes I squeeze too hard, it flies away. If I don't squeeze hard enough, and drop it. I haven't touched a Cobalt program since 1978. Cobalt's, isn't that like a pretty solid, I mean, pretty powerful? Come on. Here, I'm going to pretend those because I'm not happy with them. If I pretend them, it will actually, or put fresh solder, leaded solder. It will solder better. Low melt solder first. It's not necessarily low melt solder, it's just leaded solder. So if you put leaded solder on there, it is technically a lower melt solder, but it's not low melt solder, because low melt solder is like runny. Python is better. You got to trust the snake. Trust the snake. Isn't Cobalt what you use for payroll? It's an old mainframe software. So it's like back in the days where you would store everything on a reels of tape and stuff. So this isn't going to be in focus. I'm not going to focus the top camera. I'm only going to focus the bottom one, just so you know. Don't breathe to death. Ah, hard part is I can't move this back. Come on. And I will flux it in a second. I know what you're saying. You got to release the flux, man. We'll do it in a second. We'll do that in another video. Reels of time cards. See you later. You know, I've never made it through that whole movie. Is that movie worth watching? Okay, I got those installed. You added on your Trash 80, huh? TRS 80? Good old Trash 80s. You like Tandy better, or you like a Trash 80? Alright, so I'm just going to add some flux here that will allow these to flow, the solder to flow a little better, just to make sure it solder sits down. There we go. Straighten them out. Okay. Okay, alright, we are in business. So I am highly optimistic that this is repaired. So we did have that explosion. Just to kind of recap, we have 20 volts comes in here, comes through this inductor, energizes this pad right here with 20 volts. Comes through here, this produces probably 1.8 volts, I'm assuming. And then this goes to the CPU. I don't know what it does exactly, but it's probably just some sort of aux power, or it's actually a chipset. That's right, that's probably the chipset power supply, because this has a chipset built in it. And this exploded because it did have like a short probably in this chip going to ground, because when we measured here we had a short, we measured here we had a short, so everything was shorted. Now we didn't have a short on our main power rail because this was actually separated. So we had a short here, but we didn't have a short here anymore because that actually blew up, that little separation. So let's see. Let's see. Let me get it cleaned up. Don't forget to pick up the balls. Where are the balls at? Was there balls still? You're the balls. Yeah, we had some balls here. I don't see them. I'm going to clean up all this flux though. Recheck for shorts. You want that, don't you? You would. Does she live? I don't know. Yeah, let me clean it. We'll check for shorts, and then we'll do the short is gone. Will it turn on? Oh, you know what? That might make sense why we had the red light of death on, because if the chipset was dead, then maybe that's what it was doing. I don't know. I'm just making it up as I go along. The power supply did this? Could be, or the reverse. The power supply got because this thing exploded, right? All right, just checking for shorts one more time. We should have a higher resistance here than we did. 10. Right now it's 10, but the board's hot. So as it cools down, here I'm going to put some air on it. Watch the resistance go. See how it's going up? So as the board cools off, the resistance actually rises. So we got it up to about 25 or so. So that's looking good. And we'll check over here, see if we have a short on our CPU. 1.1, that's probably fine for what temperature we're at. And then our integrated graphics should be higher than that. So 3.5, I bet it's gonna go up to about 8 or 11 or something like that. So better than factory. So that's all looking pretty good. Okay guys, you ready? I think it's time to reassemble the laptop and see if it has survived. Okay. You ready for this? Dun, 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 dun. So I'm going to put this stuff back on, whichever way it goes, this way. Why not desk test? Oh, a little desk test for you. Sounds like fun. What am I doing here? There we go. So you want to turn it on underneath the thermal camera, you say? Eh? Sounds good. Let me get the thermal camera turned on. I didn't turn that on before the stream, so I always have to set it up if I forget. Put on your helmet and your safety goggles. Put on the goggles. I do have goggles now. I'm moving up like elevators. Meter on. Sorry, I'm connecting my thermal camera. Nope, it's not the right thermal camera. Here we go. Will it connect? That is the question. I was thinking about it. Oh, I don't have it plugged in. That would help. Help me, help! There we go. I saved another laptop. All right, we'll see if this works. All right, DC jack. What jack do I need? You've been jacked. Dig through your box of jacks. Monkey, just do it. Get to work. Credit card reading code is Cobalt. What? Really? I don't believe that. Oh, but you were talking about originally. That would make sense. That's on brand. Okay, hold on. This bag of jacks has too many jacks. It's too jacked, man. Oh man, I cannot see the jack I want. I know what the jack looks like, but I don't see it in here. There's just too many of them. Whenever I can't see it in here, it means it's plugged into some other computer right now. I bet it is. So, womp womp. Okay. I give up. We'll just use his jack. I'm going to jack his jack if you don't mind. Waffle, I'm jacking your jack. He likes to play with all the jacks without balls. Oh my gosh. Sent you a board before you, the screen for reference. Wait, send you board before. Okay, hold on here. Hold on. My jack. Your jack has been jacked, bro. So I need the jack that has this little jog. I need a jack that has a jog. Okay, so we have a jack. We have the board on the bench here. It's high, and so you can see the whole world. Lights off, lights on, lights off, lights on. You see how that doesn't change at all? But you see how my hands reflect off of it? Look, my hands are up here, and you can see it on the board. You see that? Because it's doing the reflection off of here. It doesn't have anything to do. That circle is the heat that's on this light. Okay? I know I tell you that all the time. You just got to listen to my words. Listen to my words, man. Okay, so power meter is reset. What we're looking for is the CPU heating up. We want to see all the stages turning on, phases. We want to see all these phases coming on. We want to see the VRAM power supply come on. 3, 2, 1. I think I might hit the power button actually, so let's do that. The jack of hearts. Power button, phases coming on. Looks okay for a second, kind of. Oh, but we don't have RAM in there. But I don't see that on right there. So let me measure the voltage on that one rail that we just replaced. We do have 0.75 on there, so we are getting heat there. Okay, let me put a stick of RAM in here. It may be that it actually needs a stick of RAM for it to go past that, so I'm okay. I'm not scared yet. I know you guys are scared, but don't be scared. Don't be scared. Phases are phasing. All right, RAM is installed, so now we should get a good spike into another realm, because we only got up to 0.5 amps. Get ready. Okay, press the power, 10 watts. Still sitting at 10 watts. Still sitting at 10 watts. It's not looking good. Not looking good. Let's see. Screenshot of motherboard emailed for reference. Okay, perfect. I'll take a look at that. So the phases are definitely hot. You see that up to 50 degrees. But I'm not seeing the CPU get really hot, which is weird, because normally the CPU should be getting hot. We have 1.1 volts on the CPU phases, and then the graphics is on at 1 volt, and then 0.75. Yeah, maybe BIOS. Let's make sure we have all the rest of our power rails. So I'm going to test these now. Here, let me get rid of. I just need to unplug the power off the thermal camera. Thermal camera start doing these lines because I have it plugged into the wall at the same time, so it starts having charging lines. So I just reset that, and that will get rid of that. So now it's running on battery. There we go. All right, so plugging it again. We're going to check for 3 volt, 5 volt, and 1.8, and then we'll do probably a BIOS. Okay, so 5. Come on, 3.4. Do we have a 1.8? 1.8. I think we probably need to do a BIOS at this point. We can grab, although let's see. Let's make sure the BIOS does have voltage. Here, we'll switch over to our camera for that. So here's our BIOS chip. If the BIOS chip is coming on, but we're not being able to boot past it, then we might have a BIOS issue with that spike of current. Yeah, we got 1.8 volts on the BIOS also. So we have everything we need. All the formulas. All the formulas. There's no CMOS installed, so it is trying to do a CMOS reset, but I never did it. So if I hit the power button here, you can see it jump up to 10 watts and getting hot, but it's not going past anything. So there is still a chance that we do have a bad, something through here. If this did explode and short out and kind of shot some voltage through here, it's shorted through to the chipset and probably blew out the chipset. But the fact that it has a high enough resistance and it's not like kind of backfeeding and this isn't even getting hot whenever it's trying to power it, it makes me more optimistic, but I don't know. Oh yeah, we got a pretty good amount of viewers for a Wednesday night. Usually we don't get as many on YouTube. Wednesday nights are usually a little slow. Saturdays and Sundays we get a lot more. All right, let's try to do a BIOS on this real quick. I'm just going to extract the BIOS off of this, and then we'll back that up, and then we'll write a new one. Red Skull says the BIOS is on Google search. I mean, I have the BIOS, so I'm not worried about that. The Red Skull says BIOS on Google search. Huh. I'm confused by that because can you check the fuse after the coil? There's no fuses. Fuse? There's no fuses. These are going to be some, that's a crystal. Not a crystal issue. I don't know if it's a crystal issue. I've never seen a crystal issue with this. But right now, we're going to follow our instinct, and if we have every power rail up and running, we want to make sure we have a good power or a good firmware installed. Yeah, we can check the power management chip just for kicks because we did see kind of weird stuff. We did have an explosion, so let's just make sure we have all of our voltages here just in case. So pin 1's here, so we're going to come over here to the opposite side, and this should be our 20 volts. This should be our 5 volts right here. And then we should have 3.2 or 4 here. And then this one, 2.4. Yep, so we have everything that we need there, and it does charge the battery. Could have a blown EC chip or something, I don't know. Either PDM chip or BIOS chip. Yeah, I mean, either one of those. Either one of those. So that's where I'm going to start, is with the BIOS. BIOSes are easy on these machines because you don't need to make them. You literally just extract it, and that's it. And just put it on there. So, okay. Hit like and then watch watch it spike. That's right. That's how that works. All right, so let's start out while it's backing up the BIOS chip. Quick like. Oop, darn it. Did not mean to do that. Does it need a battery to boot? It does not. So what I'm testing with is enough. So I usually should be able to boot this on the desk. Now we can boot it with just a battery. Let me try that just before we do this, because we're having a little bit different effect with the battery. Let me just grab a test battery. M15R7 R5. There we go. M17R5. Okay, so if we plug this battery in here, we should be able to check it under a thermal camera and see that it's not powering on, or it is powering on, or it's doing the same thing. We're not going to be able to see how much watts are coming out of it, but we can at least see if the CPU is heating up differently. All right, here we go. We'll do it again. Press the power button. So I have the board upside down from before. So we're not going to have any current draw, but we're just going to see what's happening here. We want to see if this operates a little bit differently. Still heating up exactly the same. And you see how it's kind of like on the edge of the chip there, on the edge of the CPU. Let me switch to the P3 Pro thermal camera so we can actually get a little closer. So if we switch to this one, you can actually see the edge of the CPU is hot. Let me clean this off so we can see it a little bit better. Yeah, it's right on that edge. So it could be the chipset itself that's inside of there that's messed up. I don't know. But all these phases are on and they're really hot. Look at that. And then that's the one that we replaced, is this end one right here. So I'm not sure exactly why these are on fire. Like that one's really hot in the middle. But they all have the same resistance and they're all connected together. So I don't know. And this is running on battery, so there's no current coming through there. All right, I just want to do a BIOS just to get that out of the way, rule it out. That's kind of what I'm saying. Even oscillation. So not even, why some of them get hotter than others, I don't even know. I don't know. Which one is this? 6x8. Don't bots help the channel? I guess, I don't know. Bots are annoying is what they are. It doesn't happen that often, but was AJ spamming? I don't think so. AJ wasn't spamming. AJ's not a spammer. Okay, KD versus KE. So do you think it's a chip issue? We are getting our 1.8 out of that, and we did figure out that the original chip is the same number. It's just it's not KE. It's KDE is what the only difference was, right? So it was this is a KDF, and that's a KDE. But the E is supposed to be the date code, so it shouldn't have anything to do with that. All right, so I'm going to just back this up. And this is a Q256JW. I doubt I'm going to be able to do this because it's a 1.8 chip. I hate this. QJW. Sometimes it doesn't want to read. All right, this is a QJW, that one. Try reading it. Of course not. There we go. Thank you for the mods cleaning up that chat, man. Gosh, I'm sorry that you guys have to deal with that. I don't understand what people are doing. So we do have stuff in there. Let me verify it, make sure that we did match. Okay. Board view to confirm the 0.7 rail. Does board view tell you the voltage? Not generally, but we'll see. I will check that actually. I don't know if I have the 656 board view, but we will check for that. Need a new command. Ban for the night. Okay. I've actually never banned a single person because I've never been a mod, so I don't even know how to do that. Nothing like hex. It's a really bad night. Okay, so that verified properly. We confirmed that we read it and then we verified it. So we're just going to back this up. in case we have to go back to it because it's not the BIOS after all. And it's the chipset, and we couldn't save this laptop, and we're really sad. We were very happy earlier. 478, this is just the customer's repair number, and it's an Alienware M17R5. And their original BIOS, original. Good. What you got? 2 hard bands last stream, 1 this stream so far. Wow. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. What's up with people? Maybe we're getting on the grid. Maybe that's what it is. Okay, so now I just need to find a BIOS that goes to this. This is going to be a M17R5 AMD edition. So all we need to do is find one of those. So let's get on the site. Actually, I might have one already downloaded. Let's try that. Need to check. So what I do is I just extract it basically on this one. It's going to be an AMD. AMD, you can just extract it right into this folder. So we're just going to search for that M17R5 and see if we have one. We have one version right there, 1.26, and the extracted BIOS bin file is right there, 32 megs. So that's what we're going to load into our buffer here. I need to hydrate. I can tell I'm slowing down. Thank you for the reminder. M17R5. We'll do that whenever we're writing here. We'll do that in the next video. M17R5. Okay, we're going to load this one in there. Buffer, flash. Good. Okay. Let me get this all lined up. Let me take a drink. I can tell you I wouldn't be able to stream if I didn't have mods. I can tell you that right now. For science, change the KDE for a KDF or vice versa, I have to find the right one. I haven't been able to find. All my boards have the KDEs on them. And it needs a KDF if it's if it is a date code. But the chip that I verified off of is actually the same board. 1,100 people, 430 likes. Hit the like button. Thank you there, Keno. Appreciate ya. All right, so we're going to go ahead and program this pronto-like. Why not Katie Lang? Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. What is that tool? The tool I'm using right now is going to be my T48 BIOS programmer. And so I have a link in the video description, all the tools I use. But this one, you can buy it, and it comes with this software. And allows you to read the chip, the BIOS contents, and then you can write right back to the chip on there. And so I'm just holding this little pogo pen reader onto the BIOS chip here. And it's hard to hold it in place without moving. But if I move it at all, then we have to start over again. So that's what everyone's like. They're either trying to make me laugh or they're telling me to stay still. Is it going? It's still going. And so basically if I move it all, then it messes it up. So first it has to erase the chip, then it programs the chip, and then it verifies the chip, and then it says everything's good, or we start over. So let's see. It's programming. When I was a mod on Twitch, I don't swing the band hammer too much. I believe it's kind of hard because you're like, maybe the person's just having an off night, being a little crazy, and you can't just like ban them. So you can put them in timeout for 5 minutes is usually the easiest way. Ronald coming in with 20 bucks, man. And look at you with that gold Parts People logo. Thank you. I enjoyed watching how to do this. Well, thank you for the donation. I appreciate you. Ronald coming in hot. Just told you one of my friends who live in San Antonio about your, I don't know why it cuts off, Dell only repairs, and I've known the woman for a long time, and when they both went to elementary school here in Michigan. Oh, cool. Oh, am I clicking around? Who is behind me? You kidding me? You freaked me out for a second because I can't see the camera right now in this view. Okay, that's funny. Because normally I could see the camera, but I could not. Jack, you had me for a second. Okay, I'm clear. Keno, I would love to volunteer for a mod whenever you need one. Okay, all right. You guys are so generous with your time. I appreciate it. Spider on my shoulder. Okay, so we did write a new BIOS on here. So this will at least kind of scratch off that on the list. So the reason why we think it may be a BIOS, if we have power surges on these machines, these are Alienware machines, they run on 1.8 for the BIOSes. And so if we have a surge on any of these power rails, it could cause the machine to turn on or boot. It basically tries to turn on the BIOS chip, run that firmware, and it's messed up. But here's the thing. We have our 1.8 power rail. We have our 3.35 volt. We had this one coming on. All these were on. That was on. Like, had everything on. So, and then this was powered on. So by having this rewritten, we at least know for sure that it should have a clean line of code going. And so that's what we're going to go for. Okay. So let's do it. Uh-oh. I don't have a thermal camera plugged in. Let me plug that back in. And drink some water. Uh-oh, firmware update. Not right now. We'll do that later. Can we fix it? What did you miss? You missed a lot. All right. So I'm going to go real high. Plug it in. Press the power button. What we want is a lot more than 10 watts of current. We're still sitting at 10 watts. You can see all these phases coming on. Still at 10 watts. I'm going to switch the RAM out real quick. Switch the RAM on the other slot. And then we're going to have to also plug in the power button to see if there's a power button light that's coming on or some sort of light code. And then we could also see if we are getting our power rail for our RAM itself. So we're back at 10 watts. All right, so BIOS did not fix it. BIOS did not fix it. So now we're going to check over here and make sure we do have our voltages for the RAM itself. I think we're actually getting to the point where we're not going to be able to do anything. So 1.13, so this is on. This one's on, 0.8. I don't know what this one is, but it's not on. That is PD. So the only other thing I can think of is what controls this chip is probably this MPS chip. So we could change out this MPS chip. But let's check our board view and make sure that that actually controls that chip. Because if this swing went short, then it could have actually messed up this chip here. So it says maybe the chip needed to be the other date code. Okay, so we do have a consensus that maybe we need to change our chip to the actual KDE or KDF versus KDE. So we can try that since nothing is working right this second. I want to pull up our board view and see if this 2230 MPS chip, or what is it, 2845 chip is actually running that chip over there. So GPU PDM chip, does it look like the GPU is coming on? It doesn't look like the GPU is coming on to me, but let me pull this off and we can try it one more time. Take a look. So the PWM chip for the GPU, but it shouldn't matter. If the GPU is not coming on, I mean, you can just disable a GPU and the thing will still start. That's why it doesn't, to me, it doesn't make sense. So we'll look again. So it's still warm here. I don't have it on right now, but we're going to look and see if any of these light up. And I also didn't measure the voltage over there, but so we have it powered on. We don't have enough wattage for these to be coming on right now either. So there's no voltage on the GPU itself. You can see no heat here. And I'm just going to look around the board real quick. I mean, these things are so hot. It's crazy. It's like they're hot for not having the CPU running. Nothing. See, it's the back of it's hot all the way across there. Those are all resistors that are all hot right there, all the way across. Oscillating crystal, I don't know. We could try that. If it's going to have something to do with something, it could. You know, we could sit there and start popping some stuff off. I mean, I see a dark spot on here. That's kind of what I was thinking. If you look at that. This feels warm, but it's it's like hot on the edge. It's weird. It's like hot right on the edge. But so right here, there's a dark spot on the PWM controller. So that's kind of what I was thinking. There may be something going on here. It's here and here. I see kind of a dark spot. If they're hot, something's connected to them, not flowing power. So they're hot, and they're connected, and they're coming to the CPU. The CPU is getting warm, but is your new light cooking them? Oh, yeah, I know, right? Is it that hot? Let me pull up the board view real quick. That way we can at least start looking around at stuff. Because I want to figure that out. This is a 656. Let me see if I have that board. .656. Okay, so I don't have a 656 board. And the closest board for that is going to be a M17 R5. Let's see what we got. So it's going to be this board, which is a, I don't know, something closer. Our laptop's engineered to break, or bad engineering. I mean, all this stuff's over time. So this laptop, if you look here, this motherboard's from 2022. So we're about 4 years in. So you know, I mean, are they engineered the last 10 years? No. Are they engineered the last 6 or 7 years? Maybe. It depends on how much money was spent. That's kind of the way I like to think about it. Swaptronic rabbit hole time. That's right. We're going to start swapping components. So the difference in this board and the other one, this is an NVIDIA chip. And so I'm hoping that this is all going to be kind of the same. It does look the same. So we have this chip here, an SY38388 or 8388. So that's the chip we changed out. It is a 0.75 output. So we had that voltage, so that's correct. So this does go, where does it go? Where are you going, buddy? They're here. Ah, look, there's a MOSFET it goes through. And then goes to the chipset. So, or it goes in the middle of the chip somewhere. What's this? Okay, so let's check this guy. Make sure he's working. And there's a gate on this. So we could have had something that went through all this too. All right? Okay, let's check that. Oh, it's a no stuff. Exactly what I expected. It's a no stuff. Okay, so we saw here, it came out of here, went here, and then went in there. It doesn't even come over to this part of the chip, so we don't even need to check that. Nothing to check. Okay, so what's the other thing I want to check? So the other thing I wanted to check was what controls this chip. So we have 19 volts coming in, and where is the signal? That's the feedback. You guys see it? That's feedback there. 3 volt pull up. So is this just a, that's just a buck converter. So it's just a standalone buck converter, right? So it doesn't need anything to control it. What do you think about that? So, but do you still think that our MPS chip is bad? It had like burn marks on it. Seemed like it, right? Didn't it seem hot? It seemed hot. It seemed a little bit hot. And then these things are getting hot. I mean, they're all on. But I think that that's just a straight buck converter, so there's nothing that controls it. It just basically outputs a certain voltage. So I'm not worried about that now. So measure the MPS chip. So we'll measure the gates on there, but if all these are running, we're gonna go in diode mode and just start probing a little bit. Uh-oh, get your probing out. It's time to start probing, man. So let me figure out where the outputs are on these guys. Okay, so we got PWM 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we're going to be measuring on all these guys right here. And so there's the MOSFETs. and we're going to be going across these. All right, there. Date code is KE. Are you kidding me? You're messing with my emotions. You're messing with my emotions, Darren. Oops. Throw the part in. All right, do you think I should just change them out? So it looks, none of these are populated either. They're just like really saving some money. Okay, so all those are fine. Thinks the CPU is cooked. I think so too. All right, so what did we say? Someone said something up here. Oh yeah, he thinks the CPU is cooked. All right, laptop engineered. Okay, so those are all, I already read that. Probe in time. Nate sounds like Jeff Goldblum. That's right, my stammering. All right, so what do we want to do? Do we want to change out the chip just for fun? Change it out, and then you guys keep going back to this chip here. Do we think that this is not the right chip? The KDE-M? Change crystal too? Okay. Let's see what the crystal connects to, or how it connects. If we measure the crystal and the board starts working, then we really have some fun. But usually what happens on the crystal, what I've seen is like it starts out with the wrong voltage, and then when I measure it is when it kicks on. So we have crystals going across here, and then we have this 32K thing here. So if we just measure those, it might do something. I don't know. Let's just do it. So PUI1. Can't hurt to change it. I know, I'll get that. Okay, did you see a cracked cap? No, I haven't seen anything shorted at all because everything turns on. Crystal is possible. What about the other power rail is not coming up? Yeah, I don't even know what that is. So it's a good point. So what is that? And look, it has another one of those same chips. KDF-AB. It's the same chip. There's another one here, same chip. I would say we have a plethora of those. Do we think we need this one on too? I don't know. Shoot. Shoot! Where's the enable pen on this thing? Let's figure out if this thing needs to be enabled or not. Man, you gotta be kidding me. We got all these chips that are all the same. You get a chip, you get a chip. So we have another one here. How does it turn on? Where are you at? You got 3 volts here? Where's your turn on button? Where's that turn on button? Is this it? Is that the turn on button? No? How does it turn on? I don't see a turn on button unless one of these is it. What do you think? Anybody? Feedback, so we have 3.3, so that turns that on. That has the power. It has the power! 19 volts coming in, should have 0.75 out. So that produces a 0.75, this produces a 0.78. Huh, interesting. Whatever it takes. All right, let's figure out why this isn't turning on. I like that idea. Maybe it turns on later for all I know, but so everyone thinks it's mismatched chip or crystal oscillator. Well, we're about to figure this out right now. Here we go. So I'm going to power it on. We have the power. So I'm going to measure our crystal oscillator and see if anything happens. So pay attention to the current when I touch this crystal oscillator, just for kicks. See if it does anything. Usually the act of measuring, it's like the double slit experiment. Right as I touch it, it should start doing something different if it's going to do something different. It's not. Okay, so now I'm going to come over here and we're going to measure our magical power rail that's missing. This one has 0.8, which should be 0.78. And this one has 0. So we should have 3 volts here. We do. We should have 19 volts here. We do. We should have, well, output there, which we don't. Feedback's here. No, wait, that's not feedback. This is feedback. Feedback's here. Nothing, because we don't have any voltage. And then what do you think? This is supposed to be the signal right here? 3.4. Oh, we got a weird floating signal here. What's this? Look at the floating signal on there. That's not good. So where does that go? We could try swapping the, yeah, let's swap this one with the other one. That's a good point. That's a funny one. All right, so pin, whatever that pin was, has a floating signal. So this is floating. So is this blown? Did you see that? But it doesn't go anywhere. It only goes to this resistor that's not populated. So therefore it's not used, is what that means. So on the board it's not populated because it should be tied to 3 volts, so this should be pulled high. But when I was measuring just now, it was pulled floating, but it doesn't go anywhere. What I can tell. Yeah. All right, so no stuff. No stuff for you. All right, so don't worry about that one. Crisis averted. We have 3.3 here. Let me measure this other one. I want to see how this one's on. Let's measure this one. See how this one turns on, so then we can figure out how that one turns on. Unless I'm missing something. You guys probably know more than me. Doc Crystal. Check pin 9 is the enable. Pin 9, really? Really? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let me turn it on. Okay, so this is the one that's on and works, right? Wait for the voltage, 0.8, okay. So pin 9 should have voltage. So we got 1.6 coming in here. That's it, but I thought that was a feedback. Is this the feedback? 0.6 is the feedback, okay. So 1.6 on that line, 3.4 there. Okay, so now we're gonna come over here. And gosh, you gotta do it without sparking something. How am I gonna do this? Gotta be careful. No slippy. We got nothing on here. Nothing. So we got nothing on that pin. Get out the oscilloscope. What about my goggles? Gotta get my goggles too. I don't see how that... Wait a minute. Do you guys see something? Wait a minute. So, pin 9. Pin 9's right there. That's supposed to be enable. Pin 9 is enable. Says it right there. But this one doesn't say enable. But we do have 3 volts on there. Okay. $500 likes after 2 hours? That's pretty good. Do we actually have a lot of people watching still? Or am I getting boring? He's so boring, man. Okay, 3.4 on here. It's not... I think this chip's bad, guys. Because we have 3.4 on here, but it's just not getting an output. Let's replace this chip. Anyone concur? I feel like it's bad. I mean, it's getting an enable signal. You love this. You love it. All right, so shall we try to find one of these, a KDF? KDF. Here we go. Never boring. Uh-oh. My camera shut off. That happens whenever I don't move. Here, what is this? My microscope is on a motion sensor, so I don't leave the lights on and the cameras on and all that. So, but I have it underneath my desk, so it means I wasn't moving my legs for 2 minutes. So I just kind of moved a little bit, and now it's good. Okay, we're good. So boot it back up. Come on. Come on, baby. You can do it. You can do it. KDF in Cincinnati, huh? Welcome back to KDF in Cincinnati. You are listening to KDF. Never dull moment. Datasheet says date code after KD. There you go. See? It's conclusive. Nothing to worry about. So K, capital kilo, lowercase delta is okay. It's okay. It is what we need. It is what the doctor ordered. I do declare. Now, we have this donor board that we already stole these. Oops, sorry. We have this donor board. It is the same number. It has the same number. Okay? Same number. Same date code. Same everything. And then it has 1 KDE there, 1 KDE there, 1 KDE there. So it was just made a little bit after it, I guess. If A, E, and F makes Big Boy the new Twitch Prime sub member. Thank you for that, Big Boy. So I'm just going to grab this guy right here. I don't care which one because they're all the same. Nice view. Is that a pickup line? Yeah, hopefully this will turn on whatever this line's for. I'm always singing here. That's why I sound like Jeff Goldblum, because doesn't Jeff Goldblum like sing a lot too? Lead has spoken. The matter is closed. Boom, mic drop. That's right. Lead Farmer is the farmer of all leads. The biggest of all the bosses. Why do you only fix Dell laptops? It's a question for the masses. So I started this company 24 years ago and specialize only in Dell laptops because I sell all the Dell parts and I stock every single part for every single model. I have about 700,000 parts in my warehouse. And so when I service them, I only service Dells because we have all those parts. And it's already hard enough to keep up with the parts that I'm stocking. It's too hard to try to stock other manufacturers. And I'm already busy enough, so I don't need to fix anything else. So, oh, my money is on the PDM. PDM. Well, we will see. We will see there. Eric, thank you for that. I don't know. If the GPU's not coming on, it's not necessarily, because right now it's still in the startup phase. It still hasn't even gotten past its first boot up. If it's only going to 0.1 or 10 watts, then it's not actually pulling enough current to actually start up the whole thing. I like singing too. We're installing this chip. If it looks like a duck, it smells like a duck. Lead solder on the pads, anyone? Yep, I got a little bit of lead on here. So we'll heat that up, tack it on, add our flux, reheat it, tap it, call it good. Or I could sit there and clean off all this stuff, but I don't do that. That's not what I do. Okay. Get in your home. Get in your home. You can do it. You can do it. There we go. Nice. Okay, pen one, concur. Okay, so everyone has it. Everyone's happy. So the point of doing this here is we're trying to figure out if we can get this power rail to come on, because we were getting a enable signal to it. We were getting the 19 volts and we were getting the, well, those are the things we needed. 3.3, I guess, to power it on. So all that stuff was there. It wasn't working, so we'll see if this fixes it. Learning from the tube. Welcome to the Coolest Fan Members Club. Awesome, man. Appreciate the support. Learning from the tube. Who else is learning from the tube? It tastes like duck. Sometimes a duck tastes like a rabbit, doesn't it? Have you ever had duck? A duck has, it's kind of stringy, right? It's not like a, not the best. I don't like duck that much. Okay, so let's see if this thing actually powers on now. Let me cool this off. Check for shorts. Okay, I can. PU7502 is bad. I prefer rabbit. Okay. Hunting wabbits. Shouldn't the power rail be on where you replace the chip at first? It is. Yeah, so all these are on. So just to recap, we power on the board. That's powering on. These are all powering on. Like this gets a different voltage because it's the integrated graphics. These are the power phases for the CPU. And this chip's actually turning on, which I think goes to the chipset, I don't know. This one was getting voltage. This one was not getting voltage, yet it was getting the enable signal. So that's why we were like, okay, this one gets all the signals and turns on. This one's getting all the signals but not turning on. So that's why I was thinking that chip's bad. And then all the rest of the voltages were coming on. So that's where we're at with this. So now we're just going to see if we can get this to turn on. Bison. I think I've had a bison burger before. I don't know. I don't know. Try this again. Going high. Going high. All right. I'm just going to put my probe on here and start measuring this when we turn it on, see if we get voltage. Press the power button. Oh, I don't have it plugged in. Plug it in. I should have checked for shorts. I know. I don't do that very often. Hey! We got 36 watts. We got voltage. Looks like the chip's turning on now. Chip's up to 50. It went up and then went back down. So we did get up to a higher wattage that time. But now it went back down. So now what are we missing? So we do have voltage on that rail, but before we weren't. So we at least, I feel like we solved something, one thing. So is this one still working? So we got 0.8 there. 0.8 there. Got this one. Got that one. This is the one that wasn't working. It's working now, so we're making progress. What about this one? That one's on. I think it might be 1 volt. I don't know what it's supposed to be. That one's on. Oh, those are together. That's on. And that's on. Yep, okay. Still hot in a weird way. It's really weird. Everyone wants to check that code. So it's really weird. When I'm touching this, it's like these are really, really hot, but the chip's not getting hot. It's just strange. It's strange to me. You know what I mean? Yeah, we'll plug it in for light codes. Let me just measure the resistance on these one more time, just for my liking here. So 1.46. 16, nice. 3 something, that's fine. Okay, let's put a heatsink on it and just see if, and then put a light code. Let's just see if we can get the light codes. Because I don't know, it's acting weird. It's acting like it's starting to work a little bit more though. We at least saw that missing power rail. We put the new BIOS on there, so that should make it do something different. Maybe it just got hot and wanted to turn off. Maybe it detected heat because I didn't have a heatsink on it. I don't know. We did already write a BIOS though. So we're just going to put a dab of this stuff in the middle. Just dabby dab. Wow, it's already been 2 hours. It's crazy. Sometimes when I'm doing the streams, I'm like, wow, this is fast. I'm like 4 hours later. Yeah. I got to work kind of early the day too. I got here at 8 a.m. Yeah, so it's been 12 hours. Been here for 12 hours right now. Okay. But I used to get here at 7:30 more often, and then I stopped doing that because I'm trying to not work as many hours. Because I was working 60 hours a week for a while, and it's just like you can't do it. And then not having a single day off, working Saturdays and Sundays, because I do the live stream on Sundays. I post a video on Saturday, which usually takes me 5 hours. So 2 hours later. But I'm trying to keep myself sane and then not do burnout, because I'm starting to feel where I'm like burning out a little bit, doing all this content all the time, or doing work and then doing videos. And like I said, I just checked my playlist for live streams. I have 150 videos in my live streams. 150. That's means I've had 150 live streams for 4 hours long. Which is crazy. It's bonkers, man. I don't even understand. I cannot compute. Let me find the daughter board that has the power button on it. You're a worker. I'm a worker. And then you got the family at home. I got the kids. You gotta take care of the kids, and I'll do family stuff on the weekend. And then I still mow my own lawn. I still do all that stuff, you know. I don't like paying people to do things that I can do. Like, why am I gonna pay someone if I can do it? Kills my wife. She's like, dude, just pay someone to mow the lawn. It's like, I don't want to pay someone $60 to cut my grass. It's not that hard. Just go out there and do it. Yes, it's sweaty. Yes, it's hot, but I feel good at the end, and it looks nice. You know what I mean? I like the finished product, you know, whenever you do it. And then clean the pool. I have to clean the freaking pool. Those leaves in the pool drive me crazy. They never end. It's like a circle. It has no starting, has no end. Gotta be very careful with your pretty laptop here. Speakers want to fall out here. You're a good man. You're a good man. I also just don't like spending money either. So cheap. That's why I have all this stuff that I guess kind of make it myself. I'm like, I don't want to sit there and buy my way into something. Oh, $60? Does that seem a lot or a little? I remember back in the day you could pay like, I had this one guy, I remember whenever I was probably like 20 years old, and I didn't have a mower, but there was this guy who would always walk around with a mower. And so I was like, oh yeah, can you mow my lawn? And he's like, I was like, how much is it? And he says, $17.50 and a tall boy. So I literally would pay him I would give him $20, but he asked for $17.50, and then I'd give him a tall boy, or which is like a 16 ounce, a big can, it's like a pint, basically, of like a crappy beer that I had. And he would basically mow my lawn all sweaty, and they would just chug that thing down, and that was a deal right there. The pride of your castle. The king of your castle. Yep, I do like taking care of business. Oh, $60 is way too much. Whoa. Okay, well, here in Austin, that's probably the going rate. I mean, I doubt you could find $40 or $50. I guess it depends on how big your property is. I have 1/3 of an acre, so it's kind of big, I guess. But yeah, it's, to me, like if I do it, and this is me just doing the whole job, right? Cut the grass, edge, blow, do all that stuff. I can do it in less than an hour, maybe like 45 minutes by myself. And they're going to have multiple guys, so they can do it in like 15 minutes, you know. $20 is good. $20 would be good, but that's like back in the day. That's not new day prices. That's old day prices. Same, 1/3 of an acre. Okay, so you're only paying like 40 bucks or 50 bucks? $60 is worth it then. Okay. I have a little over an acre, and I pay $1,200 a year. For what, every week or every 2 weeks? Every 2 weeks? $1,200, 52 weeks. Wait, it's 52, it's 26 weeks? It's 52 weeks in a year, so 22 weeks, right? 26 weeks, math. What is that? I don't know. Starts at 60 and goes up from there. Well, and I did pay someone to do my leaves, because I usually do my own leaves, and it's like 20, 30 bags of leaves, like the paper bags, you know, where and it's just a pain to do those, because I have huge oak trees that are like old ones from hundreds of years old, and so I paid someone to do it, and it was like 250 bucks, and it took 3 guys like hours and hours and hours. So it was worth every $250, I can tell you that. And I think they ended up filling up my entire front of my house with just bags of leaves. So, okay, is this going to work, guys? I don't know. And so here's kind of where we're going to be at on this one. And Waffle, I'm going to tell you right now, if this doesn't work, I don't know exactly where we're going to go with this, because there's still kind of some unknowns here, but we can go back and change out the MPS chip, and we can also try the crystal. I don't know about that one. 1/3 of an acre, who I have a full acre. Nice. I would love to have a full acre. Yep, raking leaves sucks. I never rake the leaves. I actually use a blower, and whenever I do it, and it's a lot faster, but still, it's just a pain in the ass. Okay. He trusts me. Waffle trusts me. He trusts in me. Okay, we're going to plug in the power. Let me reset the power meter. Let's kind of pay attention to what it's going to do. So plugging it in. We did have an inrush of 450 milliamps. I do have the battery plugged in. I'm just going to wait for pre-charge current. Wait for it to negotiate to the battery. I did plug it in, right? I thought I did. Did I not? Oh, I didn't plug in the battery. I take that back. So I'm plugging in the battery now. Battery's plugged in. Come on, baby. MPS chip needs to be changed. The Jets fan says so. Nathan, you will find it. Parts shotgun. We're going to be changing out everything, right? We'll just do it all. The area of the circuit, we'll get it working. All right, so that is on. Okay. We're going to open the lid. This is where it's going to change when we open the lid. I take that back. It's going to be changed when I press the power button. We got fan spin. We have keyboard backlight. We have the alien head pulsing. I don't know where we're going from there, but I'm just going to let it sit here for a second. We are in a CMOS reset, so we're going to let it do something here. Battery is running. Okay, now we got a blink code. Oh, wait. Two, 3? 2, 4. Yeah, 2, 4. Yes! 2, 4! Get excited, people. Everyone just get excited. All right, so 2, 4 is a RAM failure. So let me just take these RAMs out of here. I'm going to ram your RAM over there, and I'm just going to ram my own RAM in there. So we're going to grab myself a RAM. I'm going to ram it in there. Okay, 2, 4. That way we can just kind of get that out of the way. Plug this back in. RAM would explain why it's not going above that current too, so that's good. Ah, shoot. RAM, you mentioned it earlier. I mentioned it earlier. Are you the person who always says you said that 10 minutes ago or an hour ago? There's someone who always says that. I said that a while ago. How dare you not notice? All right, here we go. Plug it in. I'm going to wait for the pre-charge current. Come on, man. Okay, pre-charge current. It's your first time. Okay, all right. Here we go. Open the lid. Press the power button. We have power, I can't believe. Still at 82 watts, and I expected to jump higher than that. So it will probably go to another error code here. Here's what I did. So remember we worked on that laptop? Oh, yes! Look at that current. Did you see that? Boom, shakalaka. Get ready for something, baby. That's good. We want that. We want that. Come on, baby. Come on. You can do it, Falcor. Falcor, Atreyu. Come on. Yes, yes. I do like. Higher. Higher, higher, higher. Wait for it. Believe. You have to believe. It's coming. It's coming. Okay, that's okay. I'm okay with the flat. We're good. Just wait. It's a never-ending story, party, I do declare. Will it happen? Let's say, okay, jumps up again. Jumps up again. Come on. Oh, you're killing me. You're killing me. It is looking better. Look at now the pulses. Now it's really riding the horse there. Clickety clop. The battery is charging the whole time, so it's staying flat, but it's still doing this other stuff on top of it. So think about the battery is about 50 watts of this, what you're seeing. So if we took the battery out of the picture, it would be 50 watts less than that. So 83 watts. We've been jumping to 100 watts, 120 watts, somewhere around there. What we want is to jump a lot higher than this. So 130, we should get like 160, and then we'll get a screen, I bet. And we got a picture, I can't believe. I saved another laptop. Boom! Shakalaka, dude. Okay, all right, we did it. God. Wow. That's, boom, fist bump, everyone. Fist bump that right there. Brain trust. Together unite. No, this is my RAM, so I'm not even using his RAM right now. Right now, we're working with my RAM, okay? Where we're going, we don't need his RAM. All right, Waffle, what do you think about that, buddy? What do you think about that there, Waffle? Nobody, thank you for the win. We needed the win. We actually had a big loss the other night. He saved another laptop, Chris. Thank you for that. All right, let's put his RAM in there. Let's make sure that it works still. Maybe it was something, maybe I didn't plug it in right or something. There's a celebration bourbon. Thank you for that, BD. I appreciate you. You are such a great guy. All right, let me pull this off. Let's plug in his RAM. His RAM probably bad. His RAM equal bad. It's bad. But it was a 2-4, which means that I maybe didn't plug one in straight. I don't know. I do have it off, so with power in there, you can plug in RAM. It just has to be off. So I'm going to go back and just put both his sticks in here. And I'm going to be very careful with all this, otherwise we have to wait. You're the wind beneath my wings. Fly, fly. Oh, thank you for that. Clean the ram pins. Clean those pins. All right, I just put both of his sticks back in. I just raw dogged them right back in the holes, right back in their orifices. And we're not getting an error here. It should ram train just for a second. And we're waiting for it to jump, and we're good. We're good. It was just needed a little bit of encouragement. What do I say? His RAM is in there. It's working now. Memory has changed. And we are booting in the diagnostics. Boom. There we go. Let me do a wrap up for you. So yeah, so this was definitely an interesting one. So you know, whenever you hear it pop, you never know where there's going to be an issue. And so when we pulled the motherboard out, we were able to identify that we saw an actual explosion, and we saw a capacitor or a pair of capacitors and an inductor that actually blew up, but it ended up being the actual chip that produces the 0.75 volt power rail that goes into the CPU that was shorted on both sides, and made us think that at first the CPU was actually bad, but luckily the CPU did survive during that explosion process, I guess. We went ahead and replaced all those components. We had all of our voltages. It still wasn't turning on though. So whenever we looked around, we did find one power rail that wasn't actually turning on, but we saw that it was getting all of its signals, wasn't coming on. So replacing that chip made that voltage show up. We did end up putting a BIOS on here. I'll put his original BIOS back on it, but we were able to get this laptop to turn on, and I'd love to know your thoughts on this one, and thanks for watching. I saved another laptop. All right, cool. That was just a wrap up in case I edited it into a video. But so the RAM is detecting the total RAM. Yeah, it probably is. Let me go ahead and go back here. It is. I'm running the Dell diagnostics, so it's pulling the whole thing. It did detect that I did change the RAM. It says more RAMs detected. So okay, so I missed some of your comments here. Sorry. Whenever it's chiming, I'm sitting here talking, you know, doing my wrap up thingy bobber. So thank you so much for that. I knew it could do it. No problem, man. No problem. Ship it, bill the invoice, bill the customer, and I'll ship it out today, maybe tomorrow. Who knows? Ships out same day, maybe the next day. Oh yeah, we'd like the new power supply also. Yeah, so you'll definitely need a new power supply. So this thing actually was shorting out on its own. So we'll replace this. I do have brand new Dell OEM. They're about 80 or 90 bucks, so they are kind of expensive, but that will get you a new one. And Wi-Fi, it's still the Wi-Fi card. It's always the Wi-Fi card. How much is this board for sale? So if we're going to sell this motherboard, this is the, probably with the AMD, I don't know because I don't sell the AMD very often, but I know that I've had this board for about 750 bucks, maybe $800. I have a couple of them set off to the side in case I need to do it. And so what I wanted to tell you, so I started alluding to it before this thing turned on. So the M17R5 that we were working on the third machine on Sunday. Okay, so we had 3 machines, 2 of them the bad chipset. The third one was kind of finicky. No, that was the other way around actually. What day was that? Maybe it was the other week. We had one where it was kind of turning on sometimes and not turning on. It was acting really weird. Well, it ended up that I had to reflow the CPU, and then now it fixed it completely. But only one of the RAM slots actually worked. The other RAM slot does not work very well. It just like doesn't detect properly. So that's how much I paid for the laptop. Interesting, interesting. So these machines new, like maybe a Costco special, you could get it for $1,200. So if you paid $900 for it, that's a great deal. I don't know how you can do that, but maybe it was a Black Friday special that you got it for that price, but it's better than factory. Looks like it's about to pass here. It was Sunday. Okay, yeah, so anyway, the one that was finicky, I just finished it today. We reflowed it, and so one of the slots worked perfect, and then the other one doesn't work. It's still like sometimes, well, most of the time it just says a RAM failure or RAM not detected. You bought it used 3 months ago. Okay, there you go. That makes more. I thought you bought it brand new for that price. I was like, yeah, so there you go. Yeah, if you had to replace the motherboard on this, that would have been practical at all. It wouldn't have been practical at all. So, and for 250 bucks for me fixing this, I think it's worth it, right? All right, but you have to buy a charger for 90 bucks. Or you can go buy a fake charger for like 30 bucks and then hope you don't blow out the motherboard for $900. All right, we only have an error because we don't have a SSD installed. That's no big deal. I don't care. And we do have battery charge current. The battery's at 11%, and the GPU is detected. And All that looks good. What's the question here? Gosh, so many people are typing. Open charger. Okay, do you guys want to open the charger next or work on the next laptop? Opening the charger is going to be kind of, it may only take a couple minutes of smashing it with a hammer. So we smash it with a hammer? You ready? It will just take a second. Don't worry about it. We'll go to the next one in a second here. We're going to use a hammer. We're going to smash it. And we're going to smash it on the ground. Let me get a camera set up for this. Let me move my chair. We're going to move this camera over here. Let's see. I'm going to set up this other camera. This is the smash camera in effect. So we might need to, shoot, I can't get it to line up right. The smash camera. Okay, smash camera in effect. Okay, all right, so can you relabel the feed with smash camera? Smash cam or something? Time for goggles, that's true. I do have my goggles ready. Here we go. All right, goggles on. Let's do this, man. Let's do this, man, all right? All right. All right, so we have our charger. Now this charger is defective, okay? It doesn't stay on. If you actually plug it in, the charger shorts itself out. The light does come on momentarily, but then shuts off. And so our goal is to open this thing. But the problem is, because it's like kind of fused together right here, it needs encouragement. And no, you can't just take the feet off and unscrew it, I don't think. Actually, let me check that. What fun would that be? See if these feet come off. What you got? Oh, there's freaking screw holes, man. Man, why did I even check? It would have been more fun to just pop this thing apart like that. Freaking screw holes. I think they want to repair it. They want me to repair it. Aw. Okay, let's see if we want to repair it. You're like, don't smash it. Don't do the smash cam. We're ready to go, man. We're gonna smash it. All right, let's hold on. Let me pop this thing open. Repair it. What are you doing? Why are you destroying it? Well, the thing is that there's a short in it somewhere, and it blew up the guy's laptop. Why would I ever want to plug this thing back into his computer? The motherboard's $1,000 or $900, and they want me to plug this back into his computer? Come on, people. Think. You gotta think about it. Concur. Repair the charger. Save the waffle $90. Oh man, nobody. You're scaring me. What kind of screw does this thing take? Takes a, what is that? T6? Bigger. What number is this? Can't tell. Oh man, let's see. T8, this is already a T8. All right, keep going bigger. $110 repair fee, that's right. I'm gonna fix the charger for $110. Better than factory. I'd rather just pay $90. I know. I'm like, every time you plug in your charger, you'll be like, is it about to blow it up again? So my take on it is I would never plug this back into my computer again. That's my take. But, wow, T10. Nothing but the best. I think it's security screw. Is it a security screw? I don't... Oh, it is a security screw. Look, I think it needs to be smashed. I don't have a I don't have one of those with the thingy in the middle. Charger PTSD, that's right. I don't have one of those. I should get one of those kits. I know you guys are going to say, there's a kit right here. You can buy it. It has all the screw heads. Yeah, so I don't have, mine's just a T whatever, a T number something, T10, but it doesn't have the hole in the middle. Smash it. Okay, we're good to smash it now? Okay, the owner says to smash it. Smashing, darling. Let's smash it. Huh. That's why we have donor boards to test the charger with. That's right, Eric. Okay, we're back to smashing mode. Where's goggles? Put the goggles on. All right. Dun-dun. Done it. Okay, so I can't open this. So there's only one way to open it. Just give us the money shot. That's right. All right, so I want to kind of Indiana Jones this or something. How do I need to get it really going like I'm about to catch some critters, but I have to spin it a lot and then smash it. I'm going to hit something. Hold on. I'm going to move all this stuff. All right, here we go. Ow! No, that didn't hurt, but it was loud. That was loud. Oh, a security Torx. That's what it was. Oh, it opened a little bit. We got a little bit of movement. Oh, sorry, you can't see it. Here we go. Got a little bit of openness here. Let me do it again. Okay, y'all ready? One more time. I gotta move all this stuff out of my way because I'm really getting a good swing on it. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Ah, gosh, that's so loud. It like echoes in here. Just do it for science. You can do it. Okay, we got it. We got part of it. So, should I get the hammer out now? Maybe I'll see if I can hit this side. I don't know. All right, let's try this again. 3, 2, 1. Oh, God, that hurts my ear every time. Okay, we're almost getting it. The old hammer smasher. Let me see if I can get the hammer out. Where's my hammers? If I had a hammer, I'd hammer on this power supply. There we go, got it. Got a hammer. It's not a very heavy hammer. Is it going to be good enough? Make it enough. There we go, got that side. There we go, got that side. It's like cracking a nut. Got it. Mic drop. There we go. Oh, I can smell it. It smells like something. I think it smells burned in it. All right. Well, there you go. Yeah, it does smell burned inside of it. Oh. I think there's your problem. Or I guess I don't need these anymore. Goggles off. Now what we need is a Northwest Repair to take my goggles off and on. Goggles on. Goggles off. And then you can put those in all of his videos. Okay, here we go. Need a bigger hammer. I do have a sledge in my truck, but my truck's in the shop right now. But I have like a mini sledge. Caps could be... Oh. Caps. Yeah. Whew. Okay, but it is discharging itself, I would hope. Let me get some gloves. Hold on. What do I do with the gloves? Gloves on. Yeah, so these things could have capacitors still charged up with AC voltage, so we got to be careful. Paul, will it work? Are you kidding me? Okay, let's see if we can find the caps in here. What are you doing, man? What are you doing? God. The brain trust has me pulling this thing apart. Why? I think I need to smash it some more because the screw is kind of bolted through here. Ah, it's hurting me. All right, let me smash it some more. Now Nathan needs an AI GIF. She's playing hard to get. All right, let's see what we can do here. Gosh, smash it. There we go. Dishes are done, man. All right, so I got that thing pulled off. Oh, I love, this is the metal I use as my shielding. This is the best, by the way, because it's very malleable, and then you can cut it with scissors, and you can cut it into any shape you want, and so you can cut it and make it where it's like protects capacitors, or you can have it where it's like a customized shield that protects all the stuff around things that you normally work on. Anyway, so I save these little shields. So perfect. I like that. Thank you. Thank you, Waffle. I needed one of those. And here's another one. This is even better. It's flat. Love it. I'll sell it to you for $90. Good one. Okay, so let's get in here close. Let's see what we're working with. So we do have, oh God, it stinks so bad. It's definitely burned. We definitely have some glue in here. And we have our capacitors. I want to figure out where it's burned at though. Take this back shield off. MC hammer. It's hammer time. Ding, 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 ding. Okay, so I think this must be what's bad. This is making a mess on my desk, by the way. Call it good. I forgot about the shipping. Oh, I pay for the shipping, so don't worry about it. I always pay for the shipping as a courtesy to the customers, so you don't have to do it. Dude, Razar just sent us 5 gifted subs on Twitch. Thank you for that. Those looks like Gray and Mirror and 3D and Jazzy and Saijan just got commercial-free viewing on Twitch for the next 30 days. Thank you for that. So generous. Okay. Oh, this smells so burnt up. Smells so burnt up. I don't know what it is, but something is messed up. Oh man, getting a Charlie horse on my neck. So I don't know what's up with this, but I think this is what's messed up. What do you think? Something's broken there. Hot glue will fix it. I don't. Oh, it's right here? Maybe the burn's over here. I don't know, guys. Anyway, it's messed up, but I can smell it burnt. So there you go. $10 gently used. So we'll just put this on our wall right behind me here as decoration. We'll just put it right there, and people will be like, what is that thing on the wall, man? Be like, this is Waffle's power supply, man. Does anyone need some shielding? I got tons of it now. Thanks. All right, let me clean this up and we can start on the next compruder. We can get our compruting on. Gosh, look at this mess. Ah, what are those white discs? It's like glue. All that white stuff is like glue. I saved another laptop. All right, so this next one is an X17 that after a Windows update no longer would detect the RAM. The RAM, it was giving a RAM error, so I don't understand what that's supposed to be. 20-pound sledgehammer. A 20-pound is pretty heavy. Yeah, so I have a mini sledge. Well, it's not even a sledge, but it's like a 3-pound, you know, I mean, it's a very tiny hammer, but still, 3 pounds, nice. Portable. Compact. Easy. Oh, I changed the screw bend, thank you. So, screw bend away. New screw bend coming out. And there we go. And so we did prove that the Kilo Delta chips are all the same, and that's just the date code. And so Lead Farmer was correct, so give him praise. He was able to concur that we were installing the right one. Micro Slop to the rescue. Oh, yeah, you want to know what's up? Before the stream, I wanted to restart the computer. So I restarted my computer, and it went into a BIOS update. I thought I turned that thing off. It started flashing the BIOS. And then guess what? I got no picture afterwards. And I had to mess around with it. Finally, I got the boot up. I'm like, what? Are you kidding me? And this was like probably 30 minutes before the stream. Oh, sorry, Nate. It's bourbon time here. Uh-oh. You're pouring some bourbon already? Yeah, saved another laptop, but not another charger. Okay. Let me grab this next laptop. I think I threw my neck out or something. Unmod unlawful. Okay. Gosh. Yeah, my neck is hurting now. Woo. Micro Slop broke another laptop. Sure did. All right, there we go. Waffle, you are demonetized. Workers' comp, I know, I should file a complaint with my employer. You guys are my employers. The charger sacrifice for science. Ouch, gosh. This hurts. Yeah, hydrate. Maybe I am Charlie horsing right now. What is going on? Why doesn't this want to close? So these always get looked at before with my other tech. That's why it's already open. So I'm just trying to put the bottom back on so we can start from scratch here. There we go. Okay, I need some potassium. I have a multivitamin around here somewhere, I think. Do I have multivitamins here? I don't think I do. All right, let's just drink some water. Let's get it. I have some vitamin B and vitamin D. I take a vitamin B right before I start. Workers' comp, or you're not wearing an approved hard hat, but I did at least put safety goggles on. That's what I'm thinking about. I am thinking about it. We just lost a bunch of people. What happened to all the people? They were like, okay, you smashed, we don't like you smashing the thing, so we're going to leave. Hulk got a Charlie horse. All right, so here's our next one. Let's read the note, and then we'll do our intro, and then we'll get going on it. How much time do we got? Hour and 15 minutes, okay. Or an hour, because I need to remember to when there's 15 minutes till is whenever I need to kind of wrap up, and we need to do our just chatting session. So the last 15 minutes is going to be our just chatting session. So I don't want to wait until 4 hours is up and then do the just chatting, because then I get home too late for the kids and stuff. Okay, so laptop was doing a Windows update, then shut down. When I tried to turn it back on in the morning, I got a 2.3 error code, and it tried reseating the memory. So 2.3 means memory failure, or memory not detected, I think is what it is actually. And the memory 2.4 is a memory failure, but I can't remember. We can look that up. But so that's a weird one, right? Does that mean that Microsoft actually killed the laptop physically? I don't know. I don't know. Does it mean the BIOS thing? I don't know. Who knows? So let's go ahead and pull that up. Let's do an intro. Oh, the owner. The owner. I do declare the owner is William. William, are you in the chat? Is this your X17 or your XPS 17? William, if you're there, tell me who you are. Let's see. William, are you here? Caw. William Wallace. Wallace! Sounds like a BIOS, but I roll out the Wi-Fi card. Wi-Fi card is built onto the motherboard itself. Viewer counts drop. Spammer counts drop. Tells me bots and scammers found the channel. Darn it. All right, I don't see William popping in, but Demon Waffle already did that. I already did that, so we're good to go. Okay. All right. Caw. Caw, William. All right, we're going to start anyway. All right, new day and another laptop that needs to be saved. And this time we have an XPS 17. This is a 9720 edition, so it's like a 2022. Now, this is an interesting one. I have no idea, but the customer said that it was doing a Windows update. And then when he tried to turn it on in the morning, it would not turn on. It just gave a 2.3 error, which points to some sort of memory issue or RAM issue. He reset the memory, did not fix the issue. So I haven't taken a look at this yet. Let's take a look together and see if we can get this figured out. Definitely a weird one. My brain is kind of processing at the same time, trying to figure out like what would cause this issue. Now, we did run into a machine in the past where we had to flash the BIOS to fix a number of different issues that could be BIOS related. So I don't know. I'm going to measure. I want to figure out if we have voltages, but let's go ahead and turn it on first and just see what we see here. I'm not plugging it in yet, but we're just going to press the power button and see what it does. I'm not getting any lights. Okay, let me plug in my charger. Got to switch chargers. Okay, Franken cable. There we go. Okay, so I have our USB charger plugged in, so it's going to start out at 0 volts instead. And then when you plug it in, it actually, oh, we do have a Dell screen. I didn't even plug it in yet either. So It did end up powering on. We do have keyboard backlight, and we do have a blink code. 1, 2 orange. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. So a 2, 3 on an XPS 9700. Let's go ahead and pull that up on Dell's website and see exactly what that error is pointing to. So the way to do that would be to type in XPS 9720 light codes. And remember, always skip the AI answers, go to the real deal Holyfield. And we got a 2, 3 error, so it's 2, 3, and I think this one might say whether it's red or blue first, but it's going to be red then blue. So no memory or random access of memory detected. So it means it can't tell that RAM's installed. To me, that could be a RAM power supply missing or RAM power rail missing. If we had a 2.4 error, then it was saying it was a failure, so it's not being able to start it, or it's having an issue with one of the sticks. That was what we saw earlier when we were messing with our other machine. So let's go ahead and just play around with the RAM, or let's open up the bottom, that type of thing. Battery level low, anyone? Well, let's plug in the charger. I can just at least see. We haven't plugged it in yet, so I'm going to plug it in now. So we should start at 5 volts and jump up to 20 volts. Try a new RAM first. It's the easiest pizza there is. I will try that. It's good try there, Keno. So we got 20 volts and 1.5 amps, and now it's charging. So it is pulling current to run the laptop, and it is charging the battery. We do have picture, I can't believe. And we do have error code, I can believe. So we do have an issue here. Oh, 8 amps, that's a lot. Spike is a lot. There we go. So 3.59 is its max on the current now. But we still have the error code, so we're going to have to pop the bottom off and take a look inside. I'm going to hold down the power button just to shut this thing off. But the newest Franken cable there is. Yeah, my new Franken cable is very nice. I have it set up where I have a spike circuit board built onto the cable itself, so I just plug the cable in, and then it powers it on and does all the stuff. So it's kind of nice. So Sunday, if you guys are going to be here, whoever's going to be here, so next Sunday we're going to actually build a spike power meter from scratch. So we're going to actually populate the circuit board, put all the components on it, solder it all together, program it, and then we're going to design a case for it, because I don't have one designed for these new power meters. So we're going to actually design it in 3D, and so that's going to be our Sunday project. We're not going to be fixing computers right this second. So try FN and the Dell. So we can go into the... I like how you're speaking their Spanish there. So if we hold FN and turn it on, it should go into diags. But if you're saying FM power on delete lapsa, sounds very Spanish. Spanish. De la Spesa. So holding down the FN key should boot us right into diagnostics. It's not doing that. It's a typo. Oh, okay. I'm going to hold this back down. I'm going to hold down the D key and turn it on. So if we hold down the D key, we should get the display test. There we go, display test, and we should get all the colors of the rainbow. We are FN on the Dell EPSA. So all the colors of the rainbows are coming on. I gotta run. Don't run, walk. All right, let's pop this bottom off. Yeah, Sunday should be a good hands-on lesson for CAD, kind of. So I can tell you right now that, I'm self-taught with all this everything. And so the program I'm going to be using to design the case is going to be SketchUp, which is very easy to use, but it's not what most people would use for doing like modeling or something. They use that for like architectural design and stuff like that. Like I designed my cabin in that. I designed it with all the plans, all the framing, everything. But I still use it for doing all my 3D designs, because you can export an STL out of it and all that stuff. So, what language is that? I have no idea. Hold on the power for a full reset. Okay, well let's unplug the battery first to do that. Okay, this bottom is like fused on here. Takes a second. All right. All right, and the bottom is off. We'll take a quick look around. We have the main battery, and it looks suspicious to me. Huh. is going through the color cycles for 20 seconds. Yeah, it does do it for a while. I'm going to unplug the battery. But this battery looks weird. I don't like the font on there. The font looks weird to me. It just looks made up. But let's see what the date code is on this. So date, darn it, my scribe just went under my microscope. Get out of there. Darn it, I lost a scribe. Oh well. So date code, so you can see the serial number here. Can we see it? Is it going to focus? So we have the serial number, that's going to be the part number, and the whole thing is a serial number. And then right here is going to be our date code, and you can see that it's a 3 something something. So it's a 2023. I mean, so that jives. It just looks a little weird. This screw is wrong. That's not the real screw that goes here. That's not the real screw that goes here either. So that screw's fake. Fake, 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 fake. So those are fake screws. All these screws are fake. Are they? Or maybe I'm just being crazy. Hold on. Let me make sure. Maybe that screw's right. It just looks weird to me. Maybe it's okay. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being crazy. Is it real or is it fake? So I don't know. This font's a little weird, so there could be something going on with the battery. I don't know. We can definitely try one of my own batteries. And so this is the machine that has a lot of power issues if someone doesn't unplug the battery, because it's kind of in this area here. And then you have SSDs, and if you don't unplug the battery when you take out the SSD, you'll end up shorting out the board right here, because the cage that goes around the SSD will short out to the board here, and then you'll end up shorting the chipset. Hooray! So I see this other cages on here. So very interesting. I don't know. Something's fishy about this. Like somebody's been in here, is what it seems like to me. That's all I'm saying. All right, so we'll do a CMOS reset while we're at it. I'm just going to hold down the power button. William has been here. Did we ever figure out if William is here? Imposter screws. Holding on the power button, that's clear. Now we're going to plug in the charger and see if it powers on. The battery unplugged. Battery's unplugged. 0.2 watts. Okay, there we go. It's kind of a weird, we're going to 10 watts. So that's kind of what the other machine we were working on. So if we're kind of trying to pay attention to like, what is the board going to do when it doesn't detect the RAM? And how many watts is it going to pull? And this was actually pulling 30 watts and then throws the RAM error. Now these are funny. You see how it has a Dell screen, but then throws the RAM error? And I'm going to show you something fun. I'm just going to take the RAM out because that's what I do. The battery's unplugged. I'm going to take out the old Rammy RAM. Bill is William. That's right. Billy is William also. And Willie is Billy. They're all the same. All right, so I plugged it back in. RAM is removed completely. But guess what? We're still going to get a Dell screen. It's so much fun. It's like magic with no RAM in there. Come on. Am I going to eat my shorts? There it is. Like Dell screen. No RAM installed. It's like magic. Who would have thought? It's like the machine's not posting. It's like coming on, but not. And then now what error do we have? Same or what? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Same. Tambien. Same. All right, so there's his RAM sticks. And these are very heavy. 32 gigs DDR5s. Each one of these things. These are like, ooh, oh, they weigh a lot of gold. There's a lot of gold in these guys. So we're going to be careful with those. You ever heard of QBasic? I remember that. It was a long time. Was that a game or was that a language? All right, so I'm going to grab one of my magical. These are lighter. These are only 8 gigs. And plug it in here. Full of the bits. All right. Battery's unplugged. Charger's unplugged. So I'm just going to go in one slot first. Plug it in. Plug it in. Plug it in. If they're bad, I'm telling you, if this thing made it to my desk and my technician before who looked at this did not test this, then we're going to have an issue here. Yours has 48 gigs of DDR5. Okay, so here we go. We're back on. And we do have an error again. Same error, right? Tony can fix the RAM. All right, so 2.4. All right, so now we're going to go back, and I'm going to move it to the other slot. And then we're going to have to look around. Windows Update. Windows Update destroyed the motherboard. That would be a good video. This Windows Update, Microslop destroyed the motherboard, physically destroyed it. Okay, the old RAM swap. All right, so now we're playing, call it the memory game is what we do. So try one slot, try the other slot. So now I'm in the other slot. Basic and Visual Basic were the basic programming languages. Ah, that's right, okay. All right, still have it. Still have our memory error, still have our Dell screen. Doesn't matter if we have RAM in there or not. So it's not a RAM issue, but it is, right? QBasic. That's what I was trying to figure out what QBasic is. Maybe it's Cubic or Cubic, or wasn't there a game called like Cube something, right? It was like a little ball or something. I don't know. Cubic? Wasn't there like an older game like that? All right, I'm going to look in the slots real quick. You mind if I look in your slots there, William? Is it okay if I look down your slots? Qbert. There you go. See? I knew people would know what I'm talking about. I think we have it on. We have an arcade machine here. And so I feel like we might have it on there. What is this junk in here? So here's one thing I noticed. I hate this junk. Do you see this? This is a pad that's supposed to be, this is for all the engineers out there. This is metal, or it's like a metal whatever, and it has all these metal flakes, and the metal flakes like to move around. Why are they over here? I don't know, but there are basically shorting out this thing here. Huh. Look at that. This is conductive. Let me show you. So if I take my probes here, it's not conductive. It is conductive. Not conductive, it is conductive. What are we doing? Make a choice. Is it or not? You see how it's not, but it is? It's like flashing for a second. Maybe it's not. Okay, I don't know. But it's magnetic, I can tell you that. Leaking solid metal. So it's magnetic though. You see this? It's ferrule, or ferrous, excuse me, not feral. I wouldn't put it past Microsoft to destroy a laptop. They allowed viruses to go beyond the boot sectors back in the day. That's right. But look at this. Isn't that crazy? This metal is ferrous. All right, so why the freaker fracker do we have this in here? And why do we have it all in this area, right up in this junk in the trunk on there? So we're going to clean that junk off of there just for fun. And that looks okay. I hate cleaning this, so I'm going to put Kapton over this first so then it doesn't spread. And then I'm going to try to clean in there, get up in that biznatch, and then we're going to get up in this biznatch. Let me look at this other one. It's hard to see up in this slot. Let me get up in your slot, man. Yeah, this one's, I concur. We still have some other weird stuff going on here. Let me clean up in that business. Conformal goat coating, conformal coat. It's the pins. Oh, really? So it should be protected? Is that what you're saying? So I shouldn't have to worry about it? Metal flakes are roaming. Anyway, I'm just still going to do that. I'm going to pull this off. I'm going to stick some Kapton on there, and then I'm just going to toothbrush it. That's my idea, at least. Let me get up in that. What do you think? Ram the voltage. Oh. Maybe I need to conformal coating the pins. You're telling me to do it, or it already was? I just removed the metal flakes and then put the normal gel pads. Oh, that's what you're saying. But these are hard to get off though. Because it's not a pad for like thermal, it's a pad for like radio frequency or whatever it is, you know, FTC junk. Woot just did Prime Twitch sub. Thank you, man. Thanks. You my boy, Woot. Yeah, so I can't get this off of here without it, like, peeling off everywhere. It's supposed to wick the heat? No, it's not a heat thing. It's a shield. It's a shielding thing. It's for engineering. RF. There you go. That's the word I was looking for. Radio frequency, man. It's an RF shield. So I'm just going to cover it up like this. It's a filter. God, I hate it, though. Am I allowed to hate it, at least? Why does it have to be magnetic, too? It's weird. It just seems weird to me to have something magnetic. It didn't, obviously it didn't have resistive properties, but so I'm just going to put it like this, across there. I don't know. Am I going to be able to, can I just take it off of here? I don't know if I'm going to be able to get it off. I can heat it up and maybe just try to scrape it off, but do you think that the EMF that's going to come off of this thing is going to affect anything? I don't know. What is this chunk? There's a big chunk of it right here. Did I put this here? I mean, these things are all messed up. The moment I start toothbrushing this, it's just going to get everywhere. That's why I want to cover it up, if you're wondering why I'm trying to put this tape on here. Alcohol brush and we're done. No, it's, you have to, I mean, I'm telling you, we have to be so careful when we're touching this. It's going to get everywhere. All right, I'm going to do a dry brush first. Let me cut this edge off. We're going to do dry brushing. Is that plastic? I'm putting Kapton tape on there. It's a high temperature tape. Sorry, I'm trying to find a razor blade here. Cut this end off. Come on, baby. Get out of my way. No! Don't you do that. Don't you do it. There we go. Get in your home. Okay, stay right there. Good. Nice. Nice, I like it. Okay. All right, so we're going to try to brush it with a dry brush first, just to see what it does. Dry brush. Dry brush ain't doing nothing, man. What? 5 gifted subs from the Manic Machine. Thank you for that. Look at that on YouTube. Manic Machine. So MT, N2, Jar, Freaky, and JK. All got gifted subs. Thank you. Yeah, this looks very like almost like liquid damage or something. Or something's going on in here. The Dream Harp sequence. It's dreamy, everyone. Flush, oh, compressed air maybe? Yeah, that's a good idea. Look at, because it's like I cannot even get this stuff cleaned out very good. Let's try it this way. Wow, it just keeps coming in. Ultrasonic time. That's kind of what it looks like to me. Ultrasonic time. If I could remove this, if you think it's okay to remove that, how many of those are going to come in? Didn't you only get 5? Holy cow! It just keeps doing it over and over again. Okay. Soren did. Soren just took it off. Soren likes to raw dog things, doesn't he? All right, so I'm going to go in with some alcohol now. See if I can get in here. Flat screwdriver all the way. Small flathead screwdriver. Well, small flathead screwdriver, which I do have, but I'm going to show you how tiny these pins are. That's what gets you. So here's a small flathead screwdriver, or it's so big. It's so girthy. And then my tweezers are going to be probably the tiniest. Well, tweezies, these are the sharpest ones I got right here. But that did work pretty good. Let me see about this chunk there still. That looks better already. I like, Daddy likes. I'm Daddy, by the way. Okay. Okay. Good. I like what you've done there. Look at some of these pins. They look a little scratched almost. I don't know. I'm done now. Big chunks here. Get out of there. Get away from there. Damn, the screwdriver is so big. That's what she said. Okay, got that. I think that slot looks excellente. Would you say it looks good or pretty good? What's that? What's that? I don't know about this piece right here. Let's try it again. Okay, that looks good. Okay, are we happy? Yeah, it looks pretty darn close. Clean the RAM chip too. What if I just use my own RAM chip? Are you okay with that? My RAM chip has passed all of my diagnostics. I'm gonna blow some air. Okay, plug your ears, here we go. Okay, what do you want to do? You want to try it, or you want to go to the other slot? The other slot looks a little bit chunky too. Look at all the chunks. I'm telling you, this stuff right here has to be it. I mean, look at all of it. What is this? Do you think it's just coincidence that it finally made it not turn on, or what? A lot of times there's like pads that go across this. Let me see, let me grab a donor board and see if I'm not crazy. Yeah. Yeah, see this? This is actually like plasticky almost on top of this. See, I can scrape it, there's nothing going on here. But this one is like, so I can dig right into it. So there was another thing on top of this, or there's some sort of something that was put on it, alcohol or something. I don't know. Or liquid damage or something, I don't know. Red herring? Ooh, does that mean I'm on the wrong track? Is that what you're telling me? It's an escape room. You must follow the clues to escape this room. All right, I'm gonna tape the edge of this one too and clean it with a toothbrush before I proceed. Remove it. I want to remove it. I want to. It's just so hard. So hard. Scotch guard, the foam. That would be cool. You can put like a little shell on it. Scotch guard. Okay, getting your home right there. Nice. I like that. I like it a lot. Okay, you know, have I ever told you how much cleaning I do in this job? You're like, you're a motherboard repair tech. You're fixing things all day long. Actually, you're cleaning things all day long. I feel like I clean more than I fix. It's really weird. It's a weird thing to think about, that you end up being more of a cleaner than you are anything else. Okay, that one cleaned up pretty nice. I'm gonna hit it with some alcohol though. Degraded. Use some bourbon on it. Sticky silly putty. Oh, that might be a good idea. I like that idea actually. Have it pick it up. It goes in the shapes that we need. This would be so awesome if this works. I would say this counts as saving another laptop. Okay. Okay, I'm happy. You happy? Everyone concur? Yo, Nate in chat, what's up? K3 in his house, boom. Okay, so y'all ready? Y'all ready for this? Ding, 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 ding. All right, so we have those. I'm just gonna go with one of my sticks here. My sticks. 600 likes. Thank you so much for that. So we're gonna go in this slot. The slot is good. All right. Plug it in, plug it in. So the max that we ever got it to is 3.59 on the current meter. I don't have the battery plugged in. This is gonna be all laptop. No battery. It's plugged in. 20 volts, 2 watts, 10 watts. Nice. And how are we going to do it? We're looking for no error code here. And we're looking for some crazy watts. Like, still got an error. 3.2 still. All right. 1,000 people watching, 600 likes. We can fix that right now. All right, I'm going to move to the other slot just for kicks. And then I think we're going to have to start measuring voltages. And move away from our red herring. You're right, it probably is a red herring. 2, 3 again. Chesty is doing some lurking. The lurkers in the house. All right, so plugging it in again, what we're trying to do is we're trying to get this 2-3 error to go away. The main issue is that the RAM slots look dirty, so we clean those. It probably is just kind of a red herring like they're saying. But we're going to just try it again, and we still are getting our 2-3 error. 2-3 error is a RAM not detected error. So now that we have that error and we have the RAM stick turned up like this, I'm going to go ahead and measure to see if we are getting our voltage on here. If we aren't getting our voltage on here, that would explain why it's not detected. So let me find a good ground. We're on voltage mode. Got that. And we'll measure our voltage. Measure our voltage. Measure our voltage. Voltage. Anybody? Anybody voltage? Nope, no voltage. We have no voltage. So there's your sign. So RAM's doesn't have any RAM voltage. I'm suspecting the BIOS. I'm suspecting the RAM power supply now. So let's figure out how the RAM power supply is set up on this, because I really don't know. We need volts. We need volts, I tell you. All right, let me pull this thing. Should we pull the battery out? I mean, the motherboard out. I think we're gonna have to pull the motherboard out. Even to do the BIOS, we have to do the motherboard, but I think, let's see, 9720 is this board, right? 9720 is this board. Oops, no, this way. So look at that setup right there. Yep, same, nope, that's different right there. Here, I'll zoom in so y'all can see what I'm trying to match up. I'm trying to find a board that's the same setup so it doesn't have a chip there. So let me find one more. I just want to find a board so we can look at it correctly. What about this one? This one looks good. So we have inductors, we have 2 chips here, they're underneath there. We got the power management chip right there. We have nothing there. So here's our model board. Oh, interesting. Look what the error is on this one. It says RAM issues sometimes. I don't know what it says all the way. So I've seen RAM issues on some of these where you have like actual connection issues, but the RAM issue and that would be like a 2.4 connection issues with the CPU. But if it's a 2.3, then I think it's a power rail error. So what I'm gonna do is I want to figure out where that power rail is coming from. We're gonna have to see if we can kind of find a board view or something like that. The main setup on here is we have a 3 volt and a 5 volt on both sides, and we should have an extra 5 volt on one side, I think. So one of these may be the RAM power supply, which is weird that they put them on the edges, but we have 3 volt and 5 volts on either side here. So let's make sure we have all of those. So that's what we're gonna check next. If you don't mind, is that okay? Metal flake pins, not the BIOS. Or it's a combination of things. All right, here we go. So, voltage here, 3.3. What about voltage here? 5 volts. So we have a 3 and a 5 on this side. Is that liquid damage? What is this? Is that just dust? Don't know. I don't know. We'll have to keep that in mind. Let's go to the other side. William, have you shown up yet? Are you here yet? We got to figure out if William was drinking a glass of water and dumped it on it while there's a Windows update happening. Okay. And we also got to figure out if he popped the bottom off and ripped a connector off the side, because that happens too when you pop the bottom off. All right, here we go. 5 volts, 3.3. What about this one? Yes, 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 we found it. We did it, guys, we did it. This is our RAM power supply, I'm pretty sure, and we have no voltage on it. Because here's a 3 and a 5, the other side has a 3 and 5. This has this extra 5 over here that's not on. So I'm pretty sure this is our RAM power supply. Should we figure that out? Let's compare. Compare and contrast. So here's how we're going to figure that out. Is I'm going to measure. Let's see if I can get this in the shot. I'm going to measure in continuity mode this capacitor on the RAM. Well, you can't see it. Can I get it in the shot? There we go. Capacitor on the RAM, and I'm going to measure this power supply. You hear that beep? Beep, 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 beep. So we don't have RAM power. The RAM's not detected. We found the power rail that's missing. Now we just got to restore the power there. Did Windows Update mess it up? No. Was it a coincidence? Probably. So it's not DDR4, it's DDR5, so it's 5 volts. So now we got to figure out if we're getting a input voltage there. I don't know if we have. What? Tazzy just came in with 5 gifted subs on Twitch. Thank you so much for that. Daniel, Paul, Grow, Inside, and Hide just got, or Hid maybe, got all commercial-free viewing for the next 30 days on Twitch. Thank you for those donations. I appreciate that. All those donations help me out a lot. Help me go through these rabbit holes. Rabbit holes. All right, let's go ahead and just, while we're in continuity mode, there's no power in the system. I'm just gonna measure to see if we have any shorts anywhere. Finding a good ground. Where's a good ground for me? I need a ground, darn it. There we go, found one. So we have 0 ohms here. Okay, let me take my stick of RAM out. Try this again. We have a short. We have a short on the DDR5 power rail. Dun dun dun. All right, so we do have a short on our DDR5 power rail. So 3 and 5 power the board. 5 volts go straight to the DDR5. Now, do we have a capacitor that's cracked somewhere? Those look fine. Do we have a short somewhere else? I don't know. It's going to be time for what we call injecting voltage into the board and monitoring it under the thermal camera to see if we can identify what is shorted. So let's go ahead and get going on that. So we are under the thermal camera now. This is a little bit warm because it was on, or was trying to turn on. But I'm going to inject voltage over here, and then we're just going to kind of look around, see if we can see anything. Otherwise, we're going to have to pull the board out. So we're going thermal. Going thermal. And you guys want to see how much current I'm injecting? Do you guys like it when I do that? Set that up for you? I can do that for you if you like it. I only do things you like for my brain trust. So I'm going to set up a second camera here that goes over to my injection tool. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, I have it right there. Is that right? Let me move it over here. Okay, I'm going to turn off the chart. There we go. Okay. Sorry. Take me a second. Don't mind me, just getting set up. I don't know why this thing wants to turn. It's driving me crazy. Okay, so we're going to turn this on. So voltage injection tool, I'm just going to bring it down. It is almost 0, so we're going to just do a 0.5 volt. We don't need much. 12 volts, no, don't put 12 volts through there. Let me find a good ground. I'm going to alligator clip my ground somewhere, wherever I want, wherever I desire. And then we will inject. Of course, I need to turn the board around because the rail I'm trying to inject on is too far away. So give me a second. This is, what a roller coaster ride it is. This is such a good roller coaster ride, man. Cannot get this to stay straight. Where's a good ground? Is that a good ground? Hopefully. Let's see. All right, 1/2 volt, inject it in here. 3, 2, 1. So we are pulling 2 amps at a 1/2 volt or 0.6 volts. And so this power supply over here, I'm not seeing anything get warm there per se, right? Can you? No? What about over here in the middle? Everything's so warm still from it being on earlier. So right here, I think we see it right here. So pay attention right there. I'm going to turn it off and I'm going to do it again. You see it? I'm letting go. Cooling off. So right here on the board, we do see it getting warm. It's diffuse, so it's on the other side of the board. And I'll go down and show you where it is. So right here in this gap, it's getting warm right there. So I do declare that we do have capacitors on the back side of the board, and one of them is cracked. That is my premonition. I don't know if it's a premonition. That is my educated guess. So I'm going to pull the motherboard out. We'll see if we can identify that. And see if we can blame Microsoft for destroying another motherboard. And how much time do we got? We got 20 minutes to get this laptop fixed. I can do it. I think I can. I think I can. You feel it? Can you feel the energy? Physical inspection. When we pull the board, we'll definitely do physical inspection. But God, all these screws feel like they're not real. But I don't know. Maybe I'm just not real. Pull it and look for all the spots. Hypnosis, educated guess. I am psychic, you know, just a little bit. I can tell when something's about to happen. Like me forgetting to unscrew this screw. See? 20 minutes to go. Let's do it. Okay, and the battery is out. Unplug that. How fast do you think I can get this board out? How many times do you think I've taken one of these boards out before? Enough. I've done it enough. So heatsink has to come off first because there's 2 screws underneath the heatsink that hold the motherboard in. So nothing to do there. One good thing about this model, so like if I wanted, I have a 15-inch version of this machine. The 9700s I do love, and so are these 17-inch models, because I do love how much room there is for the heating and cooling. So it does have good cooling. The heatsink is pretty thick on different models, and man, these things are hot. But it does have a lot of copper vapor chambers on a lot of these, and then you can change the fans out. So you can change the fans, clean the heat sinks like very easily. And so I do like this model. I don't have any issues with it at all. Loving it. So millions of times I've taken this thing apart. Yes, definitely. And so this one has a weird screw right here. I have to use a different screwdriver for it. Isn't that nice to know that? Different screwdriver there in the middle. I can put this away. It's like a pit crew. Okay, that one's out. And then don't forget to unplug this cable right here, because people love to forget to unplug this cable and then they rip the connector off. Don't do that for me, please. This is the power button. Unplugs just like that. And then we just have 4 more screws to go, or 6 more screws to go, and then the board's out. Well, I guess 8, because we have to take this off too. All right, so who thinks it's a capacitor? Who thinks it's a MOSFET? And who thinks it's a, what else could it be? Cap. I think it's a cap. I think it's a cap, actually. There you go, cap. Cap, cap, cap. So I've seen on a lot of machines that have the DDR5 power rails, the DDR5 runs so hot that the caps do crack, and they cause this exact issue. So it's mainly on the big Alienwares, but this one is a first. All right, and the motherboard is almost out. Let's wait for this. There we go. Oh, we forgot to unhook the Wi-Fi. One thing we forgot. Oh, board layers. Somebody said board layers. Ooh. No cap, no donut. All right. Get the speaker done. All right, and the motherboard is out. All right, let's see if I can see it from here. Let's see. So here, flip it. Okay, I do see a set of capacitors in this area, so that would make sense. That would jive. All right, and so here's our capacitors right on the back side of that board, and we do have a bunch of filtering caps. Now these are going to act as a filter to clean out the power going to the DDR5 right before it goes into it. And I don't see which one is it. Can anybody? What do you guys think? So I want you to vote. Or you don't have to. You can just say it in chat, I guess. So we're just going to say these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So just put your number in there, whichever one you think it is. I'm going to start looking and see if I can guess too. Oh, let me turn it so you can see it better. Sorry. There we go, like that. Okay. So you can't change your vote afterwards. Can't change your vote. All right, so we got 8s, 3s. I see a lot of 8s and 3s. All right, so we'll look at 8. Well, here's 3, and then 8 is going to be, if we're going down and down, that's what I was thinking, but I guess we could have went like this, but we're going down and down. So 5, 6, 7, 8. I guess you could be like, this is 1B. You can do it like that, or 1A, I don't know. You guys are all over the place, just like me. Okay, I have no idea which one it is, but we're going to figure out in about a second. So I'm going to measure right here. We're going to have a short here, and we're going to have a short here, right? So we should not have a capacitor that measures short on each side. That means that all these tracks are all tied together, and all these tracks are tied together. These are all the ground. These are all the positive. So if we inject voltage in this area right here, one of these capacitors are going to get hot. I'm not even going to use a thermal camera. We're just going to use alcohol because that's the only way to pinpoint it anyway, so I'm just going to douse this in alcohol. This is isopropyl, 99%. And just look for some dancing alcohol here. You guys ready? So I am still going to... Did I not move again? Sorry about that. Hold on. Oh, no. Uh-oh. My light burned out. The new light. Shoot. Great. Hold on. Let me grab another thingy. Hold on. Here's another power thing. I just used the same power thing that I had wired in here, but maybe I was not supposed to use that on there. Hopefully I didn't burn out the light. Oh, that would suck. Or maybe it came unplugged when I was moving. Let me plug this back in. See if this came unplugged. Okay. Nope. Oh, yes. Yes, we got it. We got it. All right. So the cord that plugged into the brick was just coming unplugged. So when I moved the microscope back and forth, it came unplugged a little bit. All right. That scared me for a second. All right. I don't want to burn out a light. All right. So we're ready to go. We don't need that there for right now. So we're going to inject I'm going to do closer to a volt on this since we know that we're not worried about what it is, and we're going to be able to get some real good fireworks out of this. So you guys pay attention. So lots of alcohol here, and then I'm just going to inject on this one right now. So you guys ready? Oh, it's funny. It's the one I'm touching. Here, let me go over here. I'll start on this side. I happen to be putting it on the one that was the shorted. So that's the one dancing right there. Look at that. See that? So that capacitor on the end is the one that's shorted. So say hello to my little friend. Boom. I don't know how to break them off. I don't know how he does that. Soren will just break the thing off of there, and I don't know how to do it because it ends up messing up more things. So I'm going to use hot air because I'm a wimp. William, I don't think Windows did this. I don't know how it happened, but we got it. So number 9. Who said number 9? Tell me. We did number 9. Oh, pliers. You can use pliers. That's true. Please, no rip pads. Yeah, I'm not going to rip a pad. Okay, we got that off of there. So now let's check to see if the short is gone. And the short is gone. Look at that, guys. So that's ground. That's not ground. All right, so are we going to leave the cap off of there? Should we leave the cap off of there? Or should we just put a new one on since we have one? So these are the ones that I use on all my 5-volt rails that are for the DDR5. They're 22 microfarad, 6.3 volt, 0402s. And so these are the ones, this should be the exact same value. So I'm just going to put that right there. Nice looking cap you got there. Let me clean up these pads with some fresh soda. We'll replace that in another video. So the question is, have I ever left a capacitor off of a board before? And the answer is yes, I have. Where's my flux at? There it is. So I've left it off of 2 boards ever in my life. And it's mainly because the customer was in the store and they were like, I think there's something wrong with it. And I just kind of looked at it real quick and I was like, oh yeah, this capacitor is shorted. I could just take it off of there for you. And then the board turned on and they're like, okay, cool, I'll take it. And then they just did it. So both times it was that, where the customers, they were happy that it turned on and they didn't care about replacing it. So I usually just replace them. I know it probably doesn't matter, but it doesn't take that much more effort or time for me, because I'm not having to search for it. Okay, so Tazzy and Circuit Fix and Eyes 22 all had number 9. Dude, you guys nailed it. Nailed it. So there you go. We have a new cap on there. And how much time did that take? Did that take more time? Didn't take too much time. I wasn't that worried about it. Now I just need a Kim pad. Nice. Okay, so we can put this away. All right, let's reassemble the test. Who thinks it's going to turn on? Adamit. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Oh, so he's also the other person who was like, yeah, replace the cap, because he did a rant on not replacing caps. That's true. Yeah, so there's a lot of cap drama going on. YouTube cap drama. Yo, we're doing the cap drama. But you do you, if that's all you want to do. I don't care. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't affect me at all. Clean the RAM slot again. Maybe the RAM slot being dirty caused it. I don't know. I have no idea. What do you think? What caused this? I think it's just heat. I just think it's these capacitors from 2022, because it's all the same ones from the same machines. Just a tiny little cap can break it. Yeah, do you want to see how tiny that cap is? What did I do with it? I don't know where it is. Can't find it. I was going to put it on my finger so I could show you how tiny it is, but anyway, it's tiny. It's smaller than a grain of rice, I can tell you that. Most caps are to satisfy the FCC, that's right. The FCC, that's what I've been thinking of the whole time. I kept saying that the other letters, I mean, the other letters. I mean, yeah, I mean, the caps are useful for something. They're doing something. Love the cap videos. You love it when people are complaining about caps. Cap controversy. Whatever. Can't say it right now. Getting late. Getting tired. Been talking for 4 hours. All right, just a little bit of thermal paste. Lost the cap in Narnia. Sure did. All right, you guys think this is going to turn on? Hydrate, that's what I need to do. Getting tired. I need a haircut too. Look at this hair, it's getting shaggy. I've been going to the same haircutting person for 19 years, and she's on vacation. So, I got like another week or 2 weeks. My hair's gonna be really shaggy. Hippie! It's gonna be hippie fixing computers soon. Please explain how a 220 microfarad cap is a noise filter. So basically, different frequencies, I can't explain it that well because I don't know really exactly how all that works, but basically you'll have multiple different cap values on a power rail, and so there's like fluctuations because it's outputting from a power rail that's just like a constant voltage, and then you're down volting it down to a lower voltage, but you're using a switching power supply which does it at a high frequency, and so your output's always going to have a ripple. You send that ripple through a inductor. The inductor is supposed to resist change, and so therefore it helps smooth it out, and then capacitors are also supposed to help smooth it out, but you're still going to have high frequencies in there, and so you'll have different capacitor values, and so you usually put multiples on there, and then that will help filter out any of these weird spikes, because when it charges up and discharges at a certain rate, and that's kind of, it's like a curve, you know, so it'll have like a spike, something like that. I don't know, something like that. So I'm just going to add a couple screws in here, and we'll see if we can get this thing to post. Shave and a haircut, 2 bits. I think we got it, guys. Check the voltages. I will. I'm just going to try to get enough screws in here for this thing not to fall out. And the fans, this thing runs really hot, so it's going to want fans. So I'm going to make sure to put our fans in here. The best tech professor. I'm self-taught, so it's hard for me to kind of articulate things, or it's based on my general knowledge of listening to other people talk about things. So if you want me to talk about sports, it's going to be even worse, because I don't know anything about sports. Sports ball, that's what I'd say. You got it, you got it. All electricity creates flow, creates radio and magnetic interference. There you go, that's another way of thinking about it. Because every wire is an antenna. Yeah, so that's kind of another way of thinking about it. When you have voltage through a wire, it is an antenna, and so therefore it's going to create interference, and so they'll have like detectors to figure out how much interference is coming out of this thing. And so I'm going to put his RAM in there. I'm just going to go straight to it. We're going to do both of his sticks of RAM, since he has 64 gigabytes of RAM, which is a lot. All right, here we go. Listos. All right, plug it in. Got power. Okay, haircut. Need it. All right, so we got power, 36. So what we're trying to get above is that 38 watts. We don't have our error code yet, so if this thing will jump over to about 100 watts, I think we're going to be good, or maybe 80. No poll. We didn't do a poll. It's fine. You can just say it's going to work or not. Gave up on hair. First tour in NAM. Oh yeah. Well, hair is one of those things. You know, I'm losing a bunch of hair back here, for sure. But hopefully, I'll keep the front for my, you know, my looks here. All right, so we're still doing pretty good, sitting at 40 watts. Now we are going through a CMOS reset, so it is programming its own EC chip right now, because this thing has a programmable EC chip that takes a second for it to program. So it's going to sit there for a while, probably at that 40 watts. And then once it gets past that, it should kind of turn off and then turn back on, and then it should pull more current. So we did get up to 64 watts. Now it should turn off. So the EC chip is programmed, should come back on. We should get fan spin. We do have fan spin. Let's see. All the bytes and the bits. Dunastertide, or Dunastertide, I can never pronounce that. Yes, it grows hair back. It's supposed to, but it also makes you depressed. So you gotta watch out for that. We're getting there. Shave your head. Oh, one of these days I will send it. I'll send it out with a autographed toothbrush. Everyone gets some hair. Still sitting there. Hold on, we're waiting for it. Fans are spinning more, 50 watts. We should get a big jump here in a second. We clean the flakes. We're not getting an error code. That's what I'm really concerned with. And we probably have voltage on the RAM at this point. Oh, the RAM is hot. Yes, the RAM is on. I can feel it with my fingers. It's hot. So we are about to post. Come on. So what we're waiting for is it's secured by Dell BIOS. It will say it right across the top, and we know that it actually posted. Fans are starting to crank. Come on. Final countdown. It's taking a while. It's working though. I feel like it's still doing something. As long as the wattage is moving around, I think we're good. Probably some more flakes to clean. I hope not. Those things are a pain. You need a shave too. My beard is getting kind of long. Uh-oh, shut off again. Here we go. Should come back on. That's it. This is it. 75 watts. It's training the RAM. Yep, it's checking for RAM speeds. It's checking the screen. It's checking the probably the GPU also. There it is. Oh. All right, and we did it. We did it. And I don't have the touchpad plugged in, but diagnostics, there we go. All right, so this was definitely an interesting one. So a situation where the customer said that it stopped working after a Windows update, which it's highly unlikely that Windows would actually damage physical hardware, but when we opened it up, we did see that the RAM was not getting any voltage at all. We were able to find the power rail that was not supplying the voltage and figured out that there was a short on that power rail. We had pulled the motherboard out. We did identify that there was 9 capacitors in the area, and one of them was actually cracked and shorted out, so we replaced that capacitor. Then we started getting the 5 volts to that power rail, which powered up the RAM, and we were able to get the laptop to turn on. So this definitely was an interesting one. It's not very common on this machine, but I'd love to know your thoughts on this one, and thanks for watching. I saved another laptop. Boom. Okay, so that's it on that one. I'm toast though. I'm tired. So we are able to save 2 for 2. I'm sorry for the last one that we weren't able to get to, and so I'll work on that one tomorrow. That's an express, and so I know that the customer was hoping that it would get looked at during the stream, but I'll work on it tomorrow. But so we are at the part of the show, 12 minutes left. So what we're doing is for the last 12 minutes is we'll do a just chatting. So you can ask me technical questions or whatever you want. And I will do my best to keep up with chat, but chat is so many words. So many words. And so I will try my best to actually do it. Okay. Was the customer's gold-plated RAM or yours? It was the customer's gold-plated RAM that I installed. So they had their 2 sticks. There were 64 gigs inside their machine, so that's what I did install. Saved another laptop and broke another light, but then the light started working again, so we're good. Nice ending for the night. Catch another next stream. Thank you there, Ty. 2 for 2. I'm glad, because last stream we had 3 for 3. You know, so it happens. I'm so tired. I'm so retired. I'm about to go home and drink some bourbon though, and watch something on the TV. I don't know what we're going to watch, though. So, better than last stream, for sure. But sometimes, you know, it's unavoidable. And like I said, I don't look at these things ahead of time. That's what I want you to kind of understand. I don't want to know. Like, if I hear the technician talking about it or whatever, I plug my ears. I go, la, 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 la. Because I want to go in cold. I want you guys to be here with me when we experience together, right? That's what's part of the fun, right? So that's why... Yes, you're going to fail. It's not me failing, it's the board failed. Let's just think about it like that. So 2 for 2 and 0 for Sunday. I know. I saved another laptop. Here we go. Um, let's see. Excellent timing. My beard is starting to look like Nate's. I usually, so I use a beard trimmer every 3 days, and that's what I usually do. And yes, it's getting kind of long right now. And it's so gray is what it is. You mentioned the Royal 16 has LLM. Is there any, on the lower end options, like I think the CPU would have it, but not the GPU. But if you have if you're getting an Ultra, it's definitely going to have LLM, or liquid metal. Not necessarily leaking liquid metal, but LM. Chris, thanks for that. Thanks for another stream, brother. Well, thank you for another donation there, brother. Appreciate you. Okay, can a Dell G5515 Ryzen run without a battery? Yes, it can, 100%. Turns off under load. Yeah, those things will turn off under load if it doesn't have a good battery. So that is always, I've seen that before. So hold on, did someone say something here? Let me change the camera. It was fun with Waffles rabbit hole system. It sure was. I did enjoy that. But yes, the 5515 will run without a battery. But it may still shut off. I don't know. 64 gigs, that's good. Greatest, Mr. Greatest of all time. Do you have any videos that show how to DIY repairs for watching at home? Wait, do you have any videos that show how to DIY repairs for working at home? You're talking about like I mean, I have tons of repair videos, but fixing stuff around the house, I don't have a separate channel for fixing stuff around the house. I probably should. I should have a Save Another Laptop song. My brother's an musician, so yeah, we should probably write one. I would never do an AI song, by the way. That's just out of the question, so don't ask for that. Unlawful Waffle, you're the man, Nate. Thank you. No problem. I was glad I was able to save your laptop. What was the biggest smoke event you've ever had? Ooh, in front of me, we had that spark a couple weeks ago. That was pretty big. I did have one probably 2 years ago at this point, where I actually filmed it, and it was a big fireball that came out and burned up an entire portion of the board. It was on an old L702X XPS, and you couldn't get those boards, and so I had to like kind of rebuild it, but it didn't work. It was basically the entire connector was all mangled. He cleaned another laptop, yes, and I keep touching my face. I don't need to because my hands are dirty. Thank you, take care, thanks mods. Thank you, nobody, appreciate you. Two 7420s, 0.07 amps when plugged in, 15 ohms on the CPU rail, 3.5 power rail not running, don't think voltage injection. You can't do voltage injection on that. 0.07 when plugged in. I would start with, so CMOS reset for sure. Start with that, but you're saying all 3, 5, and 1 are up and running. I would say probably BIOS or CMOS reset. So unplug all this stuff and try to reset it. If you can't, then probably go BIOS. Make sure the BIOS has voltage though. Whose job is it to build the technician's diagrams, the OEM or the third party? Whew, I have no idea, actually. I don't, somebody else might be able to answer that question. I have no idea. What's the nozzle size of your hot air station? You would want to know. I use the skinny one and I use a big one. I have a big and a skinny. So these are the two sizes I use. So like a kind of a skinnier one that's tiny, and then I can use 60% air, and then this one I have to use, it's bigger, and I probably still use 60%, but that's for bigger stuff. ISM's leaking solid metal. Oh my gosh, no. Watching you and a few other low-level repair techs has V9T me start learning to bring new skills to work. Thanks for that. No problem there, Johnny Long. Love the stream from Oz. Appreciate that. The bell messages are hard. 26H2 is out. I did not know that, actually. I have not even played with 26H2. I'll probably have to deal with that soon because it's going to be pushing out to everything. Metal flake pad. Ah, that's right. MFP, sorry. Metal flake pad. Shoot, I'm already way behind again. This is crazy. Are SSDs you use made from Windows installation media creator or to install on any computer? Oh yeah, so what I do is I just basically, I install it like on an XPS, and I'll set it all up, and then I'll use that on another XPS or Latitudes, and then I'll have an install that I use more on Alienwares that have all the Alienware drivers, and then I have ones that have like AMD drivers. So that's generally how I do it. I mean, they're all going to work now. You can just stick it in any machine, and then you just got to make sure the SATA controller is set up. So, but in general, what I do is like my Blanche is a Windows 10 install, and I use it for everything. My Betty White's my XPS install, And then I have my Alien install, and that's for my Alienwares, and then I have an AMD one too. My hair curls naturally as it grows out. Mine, like gray hair, starts to curl. That's what it is. My Dell's a G3 and it lasts about 7 minutes on battery. So you need a new battery. That's conclusive. But G series in general use a lot of power. So do your hair like Betty White. So gosh, put some curls in it. Can you show the chart that covers the new Dell Alienware coding? Yes, but I need to update it because they've changed a lot. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Where is it? Hold on, let me grab it. They've already added a bunch, and so I haven't updated this yet. So this is just something that I made whenever they came out with the new models or whatever. And so if we look at it, sorry, I'm going to get behind on chat. I know I am, but so if we look at it here, so like they'll call this, if they call it an MB16250, then M stands for, you go down to M's, it stands for Pro Max, so the M. The B stands for what grade it is. So this is B. The B's is a Max Plus, so it's a Dell Pro Max Plus. The 1.6 stands for the size of the screen, so 1.6 right here, 16. But it could be a 0.6, and that stands for a 2-in-1. So if it was a 0.6, then it would be a one that flips back into a tablet. This stands for the year, 25. 0 stands for the CPU, so you're going to have a Intel 0. AMD 5, a 1 is going to be like a Snapdragon, I think. And there's other stuff in there. And then now there's a lot more. They're like AA is going to be Alienwares, and then there's now E's and V's and some other letters that are second. So I don't have all of those on here. So this is just my quick thing. And then we call this the base, so Dell base, but it's really just called Dell computer. So we call it, we always just use the word base as our kind of way. So anyway. So this is what Dell would call this, the Dell Pro Max 16 Plus MB. That's what it is. My new system's an 18-inch MB. Yeah, so they have 18, so it'd be a 18250 or whatever, or 250, yeah, 18250 is what it would be. All right, let me get back over here, see if I missed any of that stuff. The power meter you're building on Sunday works on Dell machines. It works on everything. So you can use it for anything, but basically the board that I'm building is can work on anything. It's just whatever plugs you want to put on it. So the plugs I have are going to be Dell jacks, obviously, but you know, you can do whatever you want with it. So I'm sending one to Northwest Repair, who does GPU repair. He's just going to use it so he can run it through his, you know, that little box he has where he tests GPUs. He's going to run it through that so he has that chart, because he's just trying to get the chart on the screen. So that's why he's going to use it for. So you can use it for whatever you want. Let's see. Easy question. Bet my laptop. Best Dell laptop for $1,500 to $2,500. So you're going to stick with a. If you want to do XPS, you can. They are sleek. Latitudes are going to be the way to go if you just want something that's just going to work. So that's what I would do if you just want something that'll last you 5-10 years. Buy a Latitude. But I would buy a used one anyway if you wanted to kind of save some money in the long run. Unlawful has a question. Let me jump down here, see if I can find him on here. Unlawful Waffle, what you got here? Do you know if I can download the Alienware Command Center on my laptop, or can I change the RGB settings? Yes, you can. So if you download it and install that, that will fix that. I don't know if I can download. Yeah, you can. So you just download that, and then that's how you set all your lights and speeds and all that type of stuff. If you want me to do it, I can, but I'll have to log into your. Well, you don't have hard drives in there, do you? Or SSDs? I can't remember. Oh, parts people have happy caps. Yes, happy caps. There's probably a joke in there somewhere, where it's like, I don't know. I'll have to think about that. Was that the 1 of 3? It was the 2. We fixed 2 for 2, or yeah, 2 for 2 tonight. So pretty nice. Hold on, now I'm jumping around here. I'm trying to jump back up. Okay, another great stream as usual. Thank you. God bless. Have a good night. Does your laptop repairs of Dell brands apply to other laptop brands? For the most part, I'm assuming. I don't work on other laptops, but yeah, if you're just doing board repair or you're trying to diagnose stuff, look for like, you know, power rails. You look for things powering on or power stages or things jumping around. That's what you're looking for. You're trying to collect clues. So yes, I would say yes. How long does it take to do your hair at Dolly Parton? I don't know. I'm not there. That's funny. Alcohol clean my hands. I just saw that. That's pretty clever of you, actually. Your favorite Dell laptop currently to buy? Oh, you know, I'm trying to figure that out because I haven't. The only laptop, like I like these 9700s, like I said, and then the Alienwares I like are the X17s, which is funny because I mean, I know that there's plenty of problems with those, but they're not the problems that are catastrophic. I would not buy an M18 ever. I'm done with M18s. I'm so done with them. I'm not even going to film another video on an M18. That's where I'm at because I'm having to fix so many. I have two more melted DCN ports this week. I did 3 last week. So we have that same issue that 4090s are having where the port or the plug melts, but now I'm having them on all these M18s. They're just coming in like that. So I don't know what's going on. What length do you cut your lawn to? I put it at the highest guard on my mower. So I don't know what that is, but it's the highest guard. What laptop needs the least repairs that come in? Usually it's going to be Latitudes, probably, I would think. Because most of those are just going to be cosmetic things or little things. Making fresh backup image. Tazzy, thanks for the subs. Okay, are we done? Okay, I'm sorry if I missed your question. There's so many words. So many words. $4,000 for a gaming tower. That'd be pretty good. Serial port settings. Gray. Customizable. Wait, serial port settings are gray. What are we talking about? I'm trying to read what you're saying. Oh, you're talking about something else, I guess. Okay, well, guys, I'm going to wrap it up. Sorry if I didn't answer your question. I do the best I can here at the end of this. I am tired, though. Remember, I've been here for 14 hours, so that happens. Tired, but we fixed 2 laptops. I think we had fun tonight. Brain Trust, thank you for coming in, joining in. If this is your first stream, I do them twice a week, people, twice. That's 8 hours a week of streaming. So 6 p.m. Central on Wednesdays, 9 a.m. Central on Sundays. That way people from across the pond or wherever in the world can join in. We get people from all over the place joining in. So you're welcome to join in. And it's hard to keep a chat clean and hard to keep everything flowing. I do the best I can with trying to keep up with everything, but that's why the mods are in there working their butts off, keeping the chats clean and helping out with everything. So make sure to say thank you to them. And I thank you for everyone who did donate tonight. That does help me out a lot for this extra time that I have to put in on all this stuff. I couldn't do it without the support from you guys and all the subs and all the gifts and all that good stuff, all that jazz. So the next stream is going to be on Sunday, 9 a.m. We're going to be building one of my Spike power meters, which I don't have a prop to show you. Here, I'll show you the board. We're basically going to be building one of these circuit boards. Here we go. This is just, it's not populated, so we're going to populate all the components on here, build one of these, and then we're going to design the case that's going to go with it. This is not going to have a screen on it. This one's just going to be a case. We're going to stick it into it, and it will have wire coming out either side with a USB port on it. And it's going to be something that anybody can build, and they can buy the parts, or maybe I'll sell them already built or whatever. I have no idea how we're going to do that, but and you can use it on whatever project you want, and then it connects with my power meter on the screen. And so that would be interesting, and then maybe we'll fix something too. Who knows? But I appreciate everybody who came out tonight, and I'll see you Sunday. Thanks for watching.